Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SMITE Prime. We're live on SMITE Prime and SMITE Game, and we're starting off this month with week 1 of the October circuit. This is Morty on the mic. We've got Tess behind the scenes, keeping the lights on. We've got Billy handling the replays. Rosie is doing spectator, and Jithens is here too. And next to me here in the booth is none other than Musey. How we feeling, Muse?
I'm so freaking pumped. There is a lot to go over. Even before we even get into the games, Morty, just a lot of roster changes that I think are going to be really exciting. Some big waves in the ocean. And also notably, I mean, you said it yourself, Mort, it's that October circuit, so we're getting pretty freaking spooky around these parts, especially with that new scary threat of Xbalanque that's going to be hitting in these P's and B's. When that rolls around, there's just so much to go over, so much to talk about, and I'm just ready to just jump at it.
Well, let's jump into it. Let's talk about it and see, for those who are a little new around here, what the October circuit is going to be all about. This is an open bracket circuit where any 5 friends can sign up and play, and you can play for the chance to win $7,000 at the end of the month, along with 125,000 diamonds. That is a whole lot of skins for you and your friends. And all you got to do is sign up on the website, and bada bing, bada boom, you are in.
God bless the people that make the skins for this game. I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out there. I'm up there. This is in the Halloween spirit. I'm all kinds of pumped, but we got to get those diamonds if you want to be able to get that new skin. But we're going to take a quick look at that bracket, because Mort, like I said, there is so much to go over and so much to even talk about for these upcoming teams.
Well, we've talked about a lot of exciting stuff. It's the beginning of the month. It's, brand new SMITE. Morty and Musey are here. I mean, there's a lot of excitement happening, but if you want to just put icing on the cake, let's look at some of these new teams that have showed up. There's been what some would like to call, I think the trending word is a roster apocalypse. There is a lot of new teams around this times and a lot of moving faces. Do you have anything you want to cover?
I mean, gosh, let's get rid of a couple of the elephants in the room here. You're going to look at these teams, and you're going to see 2 notable faces are just gone, right? Clocked in hasn't clocked in. In fact, you're not going to see that team up there at all, along with Donzi / Orange Kiss are notably missing. The Donzi roster kind of split up. The fragments of the pieces of power that was that team have been scattered, relics across the land for these other teams. So we're going to see who they ended up going to.
Well, we've got picks and bans ready for game 1. Our very first game of the October circuit is amongst us, SMITE, which is what we knew was Baile Inolvidable, Dishonored Dance, now SMITE, the same 5 members. But over here on the left side, for those of you who tuned into the Founder Series, this is pretty much food drive for Globe. We're back. We're here. Look at this team.
Yeah, Karmic, Tegvir, Globe, Happen, Hydrogen. This is a SMITE 2 powerhouse, if I've ever seen one. Really excited to see what they're going to have cooking up for us today. When we talk a bit about, picks and bans that are coming through here, I'm really excited to see what ends up slipping through the cracks. Is Tsukiyomi going to be prioritized? Where does Xbalanque fall into the grand scheme of things? There's so many threats, and it feels like just not enough bans to keep all of them out. So it's just a game of, hey, who gets to have what broken OP god?
Yeah, no, I feel that for sure. A lot of gods that are just extremely strong right now and some that are not as much. But there's a lot of just, it's hard to cover every single base of like, I don't want to go up against this god. I don't want to go up against this god, all within just 6 bans. So, yeah, some that are going to slip through the cracks and probably dominate the game. I think Hu Yi's still been absolutely dominant in the carry role. Cupid's kind of been getting a little bit stronger for sure, especially during that team fighting phase. So Hydro has a lot of potential to just run this game depending on who gets through. Jing Wei does get banned away though, along with Agni and Artemis. And between 2 ADC goats like Hydro and Golden, I'm not surprised to see so many carries banned away so early.
Yeah, you got to be able to take them away. It does feel like both teams are going to be trying to figure out who's going to be playing Hou Yi and who's going to be playing Xbalanque. Though the Xbalanque aspect not being allowed to be played, today, it feels like the stronger version of Xbalanque right now. Base Xbalanque is still incredibly powerful. The ultimate has a lot of uses, especially just being able to control a team fight of, hey, you're going to walk out of here, you're going to get slowed, all the way to work and back, and you're not going to be able to go anywhere. So that's why you're going to see that banned away, and the Umoja ban as well. So that Hoi pick is wide open for Hydrogen or Golden.
Well, let's see who's going to lock it in. First pick is going to be for our food drive for Globe team. I'm so excited to see them back together. I had so much fun watching the Founder series, and to see them here, minus Twig. I think it's the only one they're missing. This was so fun to watch, and I'm excited to see a bit of a throwback, and there's plenty more throwbacks. So, as the day goes on, folks, if you're looking for more throwback teams of just Janice is here.
Oh, yeah. He's not banned anymore. Yeah, we got to touch on that, don't we? He hits. Oh, he hits. Mort, that guy smacks you, like, wind it up. Boom! Unstable vortex across the top of your face. You're just kind of like, okay! And then, if it ends up catching a kill, Yanis likes to build the Chronos Pen and Spirit Desolation build that's incredibly popular among the mages of today, so he's going to have constant cooldowns. What really matters when you position with this Yanis is how you're positioning. Got to make sure that you're not playing too close to walls, especially around that Tsukiyomi pick, born in a lab to kill this Yanis, especially with that ultimate that they have.
So, assuming this is going to be going to Globe, he's been notorious for some of the weirder mid lane picks, right? I don't think this is considered weird. I think this is on brand, especially now that Janice has been banned for quite some time, and to see him finally back on the field and a playmaker like Globe behind the wheel of the vessel. I mean, this is exciting. This is extremely exciting. But on the other side, Tsukiyomi and Hu Yi get locked in for Sesiete. And I can't help but wonder, maybe we took away Tsukiyomi because Karmic loves to run Suki. I've seen that. We both seen that quite a bit of times. And then Hu Yi probably going to Golden. But we've even seen on her jungle from Sunprod. There's so much variety on the horizon right now. It's kind of hard to lock in where everybody's going so far.
And I actually really like that you bring up that on her jungle, because Hoi can also be in the jungle. I've seen this Hoi jungle pop up more than a few times in games that I've watched and games that I've played, where his jungle peer is just really good with those ricochets. He shows up, he's got a great gank potential, the mark, the jump, the stun, and then of course the ultimate has got that extra stun to block off pathways. It forces people into maybe thinking about a shell or a Helm of Darkness, so there's a lot there to enjoy. But what I really like about the way that Sesiete pick the Suku, it was right off the rip, right? Because when you lock in the Yanis, you want to have that Tsukiyomi right behind it, because Tsukiyomi is a Yanis killer. Like, that is the natural predator to the Yanis in this environment. Yanis's whole shtick is that they love to portal away. They play this angles game. They almost position kind of like a jungler in my mind, where they're not really looking to hang back with their team. They're looking for off angles to pull off these unstable vortexes and then just kind of portal out and be annoying. How are you ever going to catch a Yanis? Well, you can do it with that Tsukiyomi ult. Just tap him once. Where's he going? Right? And Giannis has a small movement speed buff that they can give themselves, but not enough of a movement speed buff to get away from the stuns and the multitude of slows that Tsukiyomi is able to put out. So if you're Globe on this Giannis, be it Dishonored running a Suki solo, or Sunprod taking the Tsukiyomi to the jungle, or even Banary maybe whipping out a Suki mid, all of those things are terrifying for Globe. It doesn't matter what flavor of Suki you're running with, all of them are born to kill you. So just making sure that you have lots of vision and eyes constantly on that Tsukiyomi.
Tess, can we write this down? Musi, I want to get an opportunity to get this together with you. I want to make a Smite 2 food chain, right? Of like the gods that are in what like who is on the tippity top of the food chain, and then like how there's like weird oddities in the food chain, like snakes get picked up by birds, but then like birds also eat the same thing as like I don't know. I'm no animal expert by any means, but I am curious. You've got something cooking over there.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I have a similar shtick that I like to say about Thor in Zeus, where Thor is like the natural predator of Zeus, because what is Zeus going to do about a Thor once you land that combo? Like, it kind of kills a bunch of people, but Thor's also like an apex predator when you think about it. Thor's really able to just get that arm on top of anybody that he really wants to get. It's kind of rough out there in the pastures of the Smite 2, map out there. There are a lot of, high-level predators and just a multitude of prey as well. You kind of think to yourself, Fire Giant's got to be really up there in the food chain, right? No, wrong. Actually, Fire Giant's like super low in the food chain, but who's a step above that Fire Giant food chain in terms of the ability to kill somebody and really be a threat? The Fire Giant door. Now that is a sneaky predator. I mean, you corner that door, it's like cornering a rat, you know? They've only got one way to go through it. It's going to be through you. It's not pretty to see it all. So I'm hoping that the camera people out there are able to catch us some, you know, on the site experiences that maybe we can get like Ryan Reynolds to, you know, give us a little voiceover of it. I could, you know, I'll DM Anthony or something, be like, yo, I got this nature documentary for you to check out. And he'll be like, how'd you get my phone number? What is this? What's going on here? Like, somebody get me out.
I regret asking. No, I don't. It needs to be all or nothing, because I feel like if we leave it off right here, then you know, it's an idea that just doesn't go. Yeah, we got to commit to this. So maybe we'll see an extra Smite Prime in the middle of the week where we're just diving into the Fire Giant door is crazy, dude.
Smite Prime podcast where we talk about the food chains of Smite 2. What would that sound like from us?
You know, I honestly look. I know that I shouldn't be a dev for Smite 2 by any means. My ideas are a little too wonky for what should be a competitively like balanced game. But imagine if like Yorm is the only guy that is so big that the door is just like stop. Like he can't be crushed by the doors. That'd be sick. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Just gotta squeeze right through here. So pivoting us back towards those picks and bans. So Empire still have 2 more picks to look at here. And when you've got your mid laner in pocket, you know that Sesiete have likely a dual laner or a jungler maybe in pocket. The Smite 2 flexibility is something that always causes a bit of a headache for these players trying to figure out, holy crap, how do I draft into this, right? So if I'm Empire, I'm almost wondering if maybe I can find a couple of tanks. I mean, Yamoja and Ares are already banned out, but if you see that Tsukiyomi, maybe something like an Odin pick wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here, just to get an early cage lockdown. Or maybe look at that Scylla support. I think that's going to happen.
And this Achilles jungle is probably going to take Veer. I think this team comp is starting to come together quite a bit. A lot of single target CC, though. That's what I'm seeing so far. Not a lot of AoE. And me and you both know this, Muse, that a lot of these team comps that have these big AoE ults, when you have like an Odin cage, then you've got a Sunbreaker from Hu Yi, and then you've got everything else in between. All these big AoEs that come together just kind of like annihilate specific parts of the terrain, where if you are here at this time, you're dead. And that isn't, you know, it's an easy comp to go for. But what the Empire are going for is more of an isolated, if you're out of position, you're dead. That's just how this game goes. That's how the cookie crumbles. So maybe the Empire are relying on an early game fix, which I know doesn't sound extremely relevant for Scylla, but maybe they're relying on just dominating the early game and isolating specific parts of Sesiete, and then we go from there. Athena and Ymir locked in on the other side. What are they going for?
So I'm looking at this Athena Ymir, and you kind of have to parse out who's going where. Obviously, they're both going to a side lane. Well, we say obviously, that's, you know, I'm kind of fingers crossed that I'm right on that one. Because, again, that flexibility, these picks could be kind of anywhere shuffled. But I personally really enjoy Athena over there in the solo lane. It makes their ultimate that much more impactful when it comes to making rotations for early gold fairies or trying to force fights over there, either in the dual lane or the mid lane. And Ymir is such a strong early game force for Sesiete, especially in that dual lane. You have a lot of kill potential with the slows, the attack speed, the damage does so much. A Ymir smacking you with a club is just going to take you by surprise. So I kind of feel like that's where they're going to be settling in.
Anhur and Yorm going to finish off the roster on the side of the Empire. And I think that still goes along with that single target game we were talking about. Bologna on the side of Sesiete, they're going to round off their team comp. And this is interesting. I mean, yeah, I'm having a hard time wondering what they're going for. Like, what are their strengths? What is our idea with the team comp on the side of Sesiete?
So now that we have this Bologna locked in, it kind of recontextualizes a little bit of what we're looking at. Bologna could be a handful of things. Sunprod could be running this Bologna over there at the jungle, or the Bologna could be going to solo for Dishonored. I mean, she's one of those picks where she's going to be super strong, especially because you have the Lash Devos and the physical, it's purple. The one that nobody cares about, but it's part of your power spike build for that lifesteal solo build. And then Athena could become this jungler potential for Sunprod. One-shot Athena is still pretty up there. We just don't see a lot of it. So I kind of wonder if that's what we're going for there. And then meanwhile, we look over at the Empire. This feels kind of cut and dry, right? You see all these picks, you know what's going on. I mean, you already called it. Morty, Achilles is going to Tagveer. Scylla's going to happen. And then on her, that's absolutely for Hydrogen. Karmik's going to be running this Jormungandr solo. And if it is Yorm solo versus Bellona, they're both very bullyish, but I feel like Bellona can come out on top.
Well, let's see who will be bullying who as we dive into our very first game of the October circuit of Smite Prime. The Empire versus Sesiete starts now. And for those of you just now joining us, this is Morty and Musi in the booth. We've got Tess, Jithins, Rosie, and Billy behind the scenes doing what they do best. And we've got the Empire versus Sesiete to start off this bracket. And off the bat, Muse, what are you noticing?
So I was a little bit off the mark for Sesiete's composition. Dishonored is going to be playing that Bellona solo, but it's actually Bayonary with an Athena mid, which I almost wonder if I should have guessed that, because Bayonary is known for kind of pulling out these wacky picks in the mid lane. I think it's part of the reason why we didn't see the Artemis got banned away, because Bayonary is willing to pull that out when the time comes. But Athena mid can do quite a bit, especially with that blink relic that you see. So she's going to be a little bit more susceptible to the CC from either Tagveer or Happen, or even, Globe to an extent if they catch him out with a portal. But expect blink, taunts, and a lot of damage. I'm really hoping for a full damage Athena build here, because if you try to go for a bruiser style, I feel like you just become a taunt bot that's not really able to hang out once your taunt goes off. You just kind of get blown up.
Yeah, that's what I love about Bayonary. Say what you want about him, but this guy refuses to play to meta standards. He plays what he wants to, and usually he makes it happen. There are a couple examples of Bayonary, trying something new and it not working as well. That for sure has happened. We saw Bayonary on the Geb a pretty recent time, me and Book, but sometimes there's exceptions, but for the most part, Bayonary kind of does what he wants to, and he makes it work. He makes it happen. I love to see that on the side of Sesiete. That's why I love seeing Bayonary in these games. He's always just got something tricky up his sleeve.
And as I kind of mentioned relics before, Sesiete has a very wide variety. We see a couple of beads and Aegis, the Blink, Asunder, of course, for Wrong-You. But take a look over at what Empire has. Notably, I don't see any beads or anything like that. You have 3 Aegises, the Sunder, and a Blink there for Tagveer. That makes a lot of sense. Achilles has this, Blink, Shield, Bash, and then pop a Lernium Bow combo that has been very effective for Tagveer in the games that we have seen. So definitely something that Sesiete has to keep their eyes out for. But this does mean that Empire is going to be very susceptible to CC. Dishonored could get, a big flag off, the rally here. Golden and Wrong-You have some stuns there as well. So positioning is going to be very important for Empire.
But you know what I noticed on the side of the Empire? They also have a lot of CC immune ults. So Achilles ult, on her ult, Scylla ult. They can just get out of these things by pressing their ult button, which, it kind of sucks to rely on in the grand scheme of things, because you want to use your ult, inevitably to find kills for the most part. But, it's not like they don't have any panic buttons. They've got something, right? And even Aegis is there. But look at Tagveer, who might have stepped up just a tad too far. He is getting collapsed on by 3 members of Sesiete, and his health bar is getting blown up. He's down to 100, and Sunprod's going to find the final touch of death. That's first blood going to Sesiete as the rest of the Empire retreats back to their respective lanes.
Yeah, it's just a couple of things that happened there in that engagement. A big part of it was Tagveer with this blink. No beads, no Aegis, no way to get around the 3-man body block that Sesiete had thrown down there. And it was just good comms all around. Sunprod says, hey, there's an Achilles sitting over here. We've got tons of CC to lock him down, so just go ahead and get a piece of that and have a little bit of extra gold. Headed towards that Tsukiyomi, which is an important spike for Sunprod, because they're very much a momentum-based gamer, right? So now Sunprod with this advantage, it's going to be really scary.
Hydro disperse in, looking for the knockup on Rongu, and found it, but no kill found just yet. Rongu sitting at about a little bit less than half health. He's going to be forced to go back to base with no health pots left, no procs of the health chalice in pocket. So he's going to play the safe card, and the last thing you want to do is give up that tiny bit of lead that Sesiete has right now, as they just did find first blood. But you know what? They don't even have an actual gold lead. I mean, they're almost down by 1,000 strictly based off of the farming patterns from the Empire, as they're kind of controlling this map.
Yeah, it does look like Tegvir was able to cause damage before they even had a chance to fall down. Just going to be on that farming grind for the most part. Players are hitting level 5. Specifically, I'm looking at Sunprod, like we talked about, the momentum-based gamer. Taking a look at that purple buff, and now at Scylla.
But was that a steal away? I don't think so, because Sunprod didn't pick up that purple buff. I don't think Happen would want to pick it up. He might just leave it there for Hydro to grab after this wave. So it looks like the Empire secured their own purple, which is bad news. But Tegvir in middle lane, Fatal Strike will bring Baronary down. Very good stuff indeed for the Empire.
And what is Athena going to do to get away from Tegvir? Again, no beads puts you in a really rough position against a character that wants to blink engage on top of you, because Bayaneri is the one that wants to be the engager, not the one to be engaged on. So you really just have to be extra careful about your positioning. You have to give Achilles that wide berth lest you fall prey to the ludicrous amount of damage. Oh my, triple bounce. The ludicrous amount of damage that can get thrown at you. You want to talk about that for a second? Golden's kind of like that. I feel like Hydrogen has to be scared at all points in times, because this whole used to just sort of be like, it's a movie, whoop, and just hit you.
Yeah, Golden is so good with those bounces. He's really good with just random snipes. Like, just when you think that, like, the laning phase is going good, he's like, hey, triple bounce, there goes at least a quarter, probably more of your health bar. It's
not fun to be on the receiving end of that. You're just kind of like, okay, thanks, bro. I just wanted to chill and hang out. But between On Her and Ymir kind of scuffling over this red buff, Hydrogen does secure it. We're talking a bit about what they have in terms of strength and weaknesses. Happen on the Scylla pick offers a lot of ranged CC and a lot of setup for this On Her, but I feel like if the Sesiete dueling is able to collapse on top of Scylla and On Her, especially if they catch him without a jump or a long freeze, they can blow them up pretty easily. Remember, no beads for either of these picks, so all it takes is for one freeze to just completely delete a health bar, especially if Golden is there to follow up.
And we put a lot of camera focus on duo side right now. Yeah, and I'm completely okay with this, because we talked about this during picks and bans. Golden versus Hydro, GOAT and GOAT of carries, especially here in Smite Prime. These are like two of my favorite carries that exist right now, and they are going head to head, two GOATs locking horns here in duo. And it'll be especially fun to watch once Rongu and Happen make their way towards middle lane and, you know, put a little more focus on the rest of the parts of the map. But yeah, it has been pretty fun so far. Relatively slow start. Only 2 kills on the board so far, 1 for each side, but 1,200 gold lead for the Empire. Is they're not up on kills. They also didn't find first blood, but their farming patterns have been great.
Yeah, they are just making that steady increase. The question is, when can they leverage it to something more? Sesiete kind of hanging around this dual lane, though. Worried about positioning for Gold Fury, which is kind of where I want to segment next here, as we see some items being finished up. Empire's got a couple of Lernium bows, Sesiete, a lot of sustain. You have a Life Binder for Bayaneri, as well as, you know, the Yogis for Rongu. A lot of tankiness to go with the... Oh, I thought it was like, is that a Yanisol? No, it's the new Curios are ripping through there. But some early power spikes here could lend us to some early scuffles around that Gold Fury. I feel like Empire has an easier crack at it just because of Scylla Crush and On Her passive can shred away those Gold Fury protections. It's just, is Sesiete gonna let you get away with that? You know, some prod's absolutely gonna show up and definitely make something of it.
Putting a little more focus towards solo lane, which we haven't seen a whole lot of so far. Musi, you're the resident prime caster of solo lane, right? And Karmic has put a lot of prio on this Yorm pick, but he's pretty much been the only solo laner to do it. What do you see there? We'll go back to that as a kill happens in middle lane. Globe finds Baronary and no Fatal Strike used, but it wasn't needed anyway. Another kill in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, again, this Athena is not going to be the most mobile pick of the world. It's going to take a while for her to come online until she gets some more items, and Empire's absolutely just going to be abusing that. But like you said, Mort, I do actually want to talk a little bit about what Jormungandr brings to the table. I mentioned before in picks and bans, he's kind of a bully pick, and kind of like what we're seeing right now. He just wants to get active and get in there.
As he makes his way from solo lane to the right side jungle for Sesiete, trying to put a bit of damage on Sunprod, but Baronary is around the corner. But keep in mind, Karmic can't be taunted, right? I mean, due to his big passive?
He should be able to be taunted. He just can't be displaced, which he is going to be taking a fair chunk of damage, forced to ult out and away. Going in a little bit, this could be scary.
Well, yeah, Tegvir is walking away. I don't think he wants to fight that, and neither does Karmic, so we're going to retreat back to solo lane tower, but he doesn't want to give up blue buff for free, so he looks at it just for a minute and realizes, well, there's 2 people here. It could be 3 because Baroneri's missing. I'm just going to back up and let him have it. You got to make these necessary sacrifices. That's just how the game goes.
Yeah, this Yorm pick does a lot of damage, and that is bottom line what this pick is like here to do. It's here to bully, it's just here to offer a lot of annoyances. Of course, you got some anti-heal attached to the little spit pools that he throws out there. He can do a lot all at once, especially with this Trident's Conch, so his autos are going to be hitting a little bit harder, his abilities are going to be hitting a little bit harder. It's kind of everything you want and more from that item. Well, except for living. Looks like Athena ulted over and completely cut the snake's head off.
And that's because we forgot to mention just about 30 seconds before that, the Aegis was taken away from Karmic. He wasn't able to Aegis there. He just used it to try and save his life from Dishonored, who almost won the dive tower. A showed phase is almost like he intended to, but he didn't actually. As we might see another kill here in middle lane. Great blink in, but forced the Aegis away from Sunprod. Fatal strikes out, but not needed. Globe finds the kill instead. Another one for the Empire. And man, oh man, this middle lane is full of action so far.
It really does feel like Sesiete suffers from a lack of mobility between the Suki and the Athena. Yeah, Suki has the ability to scooch around, but most of it comes from the ult and slowing your opposition down. If Empire is going to be the ones to start these fights to go in, then Sesiete is almost always going to be on the back foot, save for the one time that they were the engagers, when Bayaneri is able to rotate over to that solo lane with the Athena ultimate, because Jormungandr suffers from a similar problem like Athena, in that they just don't have a lot of, you know, mobility. Yeah, you've got your ultimate, but beyond that, you can kind of use your submerge to get out of sight, but with the lash that Dishonored has proccing, you always know where he's going to be, so it isn't even that helpful.
As looks like a bit of a duel over there by the Firebrands. Tegvir might look to uneven those odds as the Eagles rally is out, finds the stun on Tegvir. Here comes Baroneri looking to reinforce Dishonored. The knockup doesn't land from Karmic, and that's going to force the World Serpent to hit his ult, but he might be going in to do a bit of damage. Tegvir is not here, though, so going to World Serpent out of there. Karmic doesn't want to fight without his good friend Tegvir around the corner. That's the smart move, though.
It's interesting to see that there's a big focus being placed on the solo lane by both teams. A lot of arguing over the Firebrands when Gold Fury is right there. I mean, we haven't seen anybody even approach it yet, right? And I mentioned before, I really feel like Happen and Hydrogen specifically would be the players to make a play for that Gold Fury because they do so much damage to objectives, but instead, it's just been the solo lane party.
Hydro duking out Golden. Frost Breath doesn't land from Ymir. Rangyu going to use the Ice Ball to rocket jump back, but here comes Tegvir ganking in. Sunbreaker's out. The good stun from the Shield Bash takes down Golden, and Rangyu trying to lock down Tegvir so Sunprod can take advantage. Fatal strikes out, but Sunprod uses the Suki ult to catch up to him, and that's a kill. 4-kill eye for an eye situation here by Duo Lane, which means no Gold Fury will be sought after just yet. And we're back to this interesting standoff game where a lot of farming's going on and a couple picks here and there. 4-3 here at the 12-minute mark, and a 2K goal lead for the Empire. Like I said, the kill lead isn't massive. There's no big objective draw either, but they are farming just better. They're controlling the map better.
It really does feel like the catalyst for this game, the way that anything is going to be able to happen, is with a massive team fight. This isn't going to be a game of inches. It's a game of miles, of taking huge steps in order to secure big objectives. The Queen Naga is the pole here, and Empire want to take it away.
I'm a Monster is out, looking to maybe steal away the Queen Naga, but not going to happen today, as it does get dropped by Sesiete. Going forward is Baroneri. Frostbreath does not connect, but the taunt does. Shards of Ice does not do enough damage to take down Happen, but there's still more fighting going down. Globe goes in for the teleport and almost hit the damage necessary, but Hydro is going to take care of it instead. Wait a minute, Golden taking it to Hydro. Golden's forced to jump over the wall, and the Empire in control of this left side jungle. Looks like they're going to go for Gold Fury, and I think they're going to take it away pretty easy because Sunprod's still teleporting forward, and looks like Rangyu is still walking up, though. He does have a Sunder in hand. A rocket jump could lead him to where he needs to be to take that away. Sunbreaker's out as well. Could this be a steal? Looks like it is not. Happen's going to secure that Gold Fury, and the Empire now on the back foot of Sesiete. They look to clean up on some low health bars, but will they catch up to anyone on the side of the Empire? I don't think so. But that isn't going to stop them from chasing. Sunprod's in, and the Ice Ball might lock down Tegvir, but he's full health. I don't think he dies anytime soon.
Sesiete trying to find anything they can after losing the Gold Fury. And it's like I said, it's not a game of inches, it's a game of miles. These big plays are what's going to enable these Gold Furies for Empire. And you saw too how fast they were able to shred it away. Crush on the ground, on her hitting it, that thing's toast. But I think what really was the tipping point for Sesiete there is that for as much as they were putting in to happen, they just weren't able to find that damage they needed on the Scylla. That baits them out and straight into the damage from Globe, and Tegvir as well being able to show face with this Achilles pick. It does quite a lot of damage. So Sesiete, I think, is just waiting for some later game power spikes so that they can actually follow through on some of the damage that they're looking to accomplish. But that's going to be hard. Empire was already ahead in gold, and now with this Gold Fury, they're really starting to pile ahead.
Yeah, they are. And Sesiete having trouble finding footing in this game. I mean, they seem to find picks here and there, and it's not like they can't grab anything. I mean, they found a Queen Naga earlier. It's in the pocket of Sunprod right now, but I mean, they're just having trouble really getting to the same point that the Empire is on as the World Serpents force out. Eagles rallying in response. Tegvir and Gold Globe are here in solo lane. Fatal Strike doesn't connect, and Sunprod trying to put on the juke shoes, but they don't fit today. Karmic getting chased down by Sesiete, but now they're on the back foot as three members of the Empire are outnumbering Sesiete, forcing away Baronary and Dishonored. But do we go for Rongyu instead, who's by himself by the Fire Giant Pit? I don't think so. We're going to back off and take that one kill and run away with it.
That extra two, hold on, the taunt for Baronary. Sesiete wants more.
But are they going to commit to this going in? Are they going to commit to the tower dive? It doesn't look like it. That's fine. That tower still hurts. I mean, we're less than 15 minutes in, so yeah, I don't know if you're exactly tanky enough to take that Rongyu. He does have the Yogis, which would give him a pretty good amount of sustain, so they could probably find something afterwards should they commit to the dive, but they're not, and that's a-okay. 3 on left side. Golden by himself. Happened looking for the root, couldn't quite connect, but he's able to find the slow and a life binder proc. I'm a monster out as well, and here comes Tegvir looking for the tower dive. He does have the Fatal Strike online, but not needed, because I'm a monster will find the kill. Tegvir almost got walled into the tower, but the ice wall just wasn't there in time, and with low health bars happen and Tegvir retreat, and Hydrogen presses forward, but coming in from solo lanes, Dishonored, maybe he looks to find an engage here.
The Bellona does not have ultimate, so it almost feels like she's just there to make sure that Empire doesn't push in too hard with the pick that they were able to find. It's mid lane where all the danger is. Oh.
But a good teleport from Globe will make sure that he is not dying today, or at least not right now. He might die later on, but he's safe for the moment. Gold Fury coming back online, and Sesiete have the rise on it. They can't give another one to the Empire, or they might find themselves in a deficit, a pit of deficit that they just cannot climb out of, not without a rope, and that rope would be the Gold Fury.
Definitely, if you're Sesiete, you're trying to think of your plan of how are you getting back into this game as it slowly starts to eke away from you. A lot of it is from this mid lane differential, right? Globe has been power farming this whole time and picking up kills on top of Baronary, who is late to their power spike. And also take a look at Globe's build. This Gem of Focus, Polynomicon, Soul Gem combo is really just leaning into that ability spam, chaining auto attack playstyle that I think is just a lot of damage all at once, but I really like this Gem of Focus for Giannis just because it keeps them so mobile as Empire find themselves with the Queen Naga as well, but it just makes them very, very hard to lock down. It really is just Sunprod who has the ability to keep Globe in check, and he's just not had the game he needs right now.
Gold Fury getting taken away at about half health. Both teams have their eyes on it. The Empire doing the burn. Sesiete looking for an engage. The Pillar's out. Sunbreaker as well. Hydro's able to secure it away. Almost blocked out Hydro, but Disperse will get him to safety. Sunprod's in the back line. Athena might be following him. Baronary putting a lot of focus on a Tegvir, who will surely fall. Baron finds one kill, but will the Empire find one in response? A couple low health bars. Karmic takes down Sunprod, and Golden finds Globe. That's 2 bodies dead for the Empire. Can they find 3? World Serpent's out, looking to do a bit of disruption so the rest of the Empire can do some massive damage. Happen looking for a lockdown, and oh my god, that's a massive impale from Hydro. Puts Dishonored into the wall. The no kills found just yet. Karmic's on the back foot. Doesn't want to fight this. Doesn't want to go in without the team around, and just waiting for the correct opportunity to present itself as Dishonored engages way into the back line. Hydro getting taken away. Great impale. Will save his life as he's down to 50 health and makes his way back to the Titan room. Karmic might not meet the same face. He does find the ice wall. Aegis is forced out, but it surely won't save his life. Baron takes down Karmic. And the Empire lost a couple bodies during that transaction, but they walked away with Gold Fury in pocket.
Globe and Tegvir getting picked off, in my eyes, should have been the call from Empire to be like, we need to get out of here, right? Because if you especially kind of take a look at who is building all the damage on this team comp, I'm looking at Tegvir and Globe. Like, they are the ones that have been able to find the kills, make the plays. They are that driving force for this team, at least in this moment. Yeah, Karmic is going to be able to stand up there, be a big silly snake, and just slap out a bunch of damage. Of course, Hydrogen and Happen, that combo, is going to be able to make something happen, but think about who's left standing. This Bologna is just super hazardous for Hydrogen, being able to shield bash in there, that you get the disarm, being able to get that impel off that Hydrogen did was the difference between life and death for this on her, because if that Bologna was able to stick on for just a little bit longer, now that they've got the Lash, the Umbral Link, like, that combination is just too much for any kind of 1v1 or even a 2v1. Happen was there kind of just as a witness to the nonsense that Bologna is able to execute, and Yorm doesn't have a way to get away from the Ymir walls or anything like that, so it should have just been a call to get out of there, get out of Dodge until Globe and Tegvir are able to get back up.
Creeping up on 20 minutes into this game, and wait a minute, Happen might lose his life. Frost Breath does find a stun, but Teleport Out will make sure that Happens okay. 20 minutes into this game, 8 kills on the side of the Empire and 6 for SMITE, and they've got a 6k gold lead. The Empire starting to run this game, but I say that as Golden solos Hydro over in left side. Maybe the Empire find a kill in response as big damage comes from Globe, but Rangyu is just a tad too tanky to take out that easily. But maybe with Tegvir here, we can find a Fatal Strike and really find a kill. Looks like they're going to settle for the Tier 1 tower instead.
Not a whole lot that they can find here. SMITE are able to actually push Empire off, while SMITE makes that push into the left side too.
Tier 1 towers down in middle. Happen looking to find some lockdown so the rest of the Empire can make something happen here in middle. But we might be going for Tier 2 instead. 4 bodies of SMITE, though, in response, looking to defend that Tier 2 tower, and that's the smart move. But the Empire moving as all 5 in full force towards this Pyromancer. Maybe a fire call would be a bit too ambitious, but Pyro looks like that's something they can settle for.
I mean, Empire does have crazy objective damage. We talk about Scylla and on her until the cows come home. So the question is, can they secure it? SMITE have a lot of options to steal it away.
I'm a Monster's out. Globe finds a secure on the Pyro. World Serpent's out, looking to do some disruption to make sure that Karmic doesn't get locked down during that fight, because the Empire turned tail and ran. They don't want to be there a second longer than they have to. They're grabbing the objectives. That's the important part. The Empire are grabbing these objectives, and maybe every single fight doesn't work in their way, but they're taking away the important thing. That's what's giving them more gold. That's what's giving them more objectives to use later on, the Queen Nagas and the Pyro Bombs, everything of that sort. I mean, the Empire are doing a great job of controlling the map. I'm wondering, how does SMITE find their way back in? Do you think they just keep trying to win these fights, or maybe they go for a little more farm?
SMITE does have a pretty powerful teamfight presence. Like I said, they need to be the ones to engage rather than be engaged upon. There are no Bs on the side for Empire. That makes this Blink talk from Athena incredibly deadly, especially if you can force some ultimates out like it just happened, where World Snake is down, Globe fired their ultimate not that long ago, so there are a couple targets that maybe you can look for. Tsukiyomi could also be somebody who can shut down this Giannis pick, and we know that Tegvir and Globe are able to be picked off. We even saw the Ymir body block Globe from a portal. Like, they're definitely mortal. They can bleed, they can die. But I think right after this Pyromancer play that Empire did, it actually opens up an opportunity for SMITE to take a look at the Fire Giant. Think about it. All of their big teamfight tools have been burned away for the most part, just trying to keep this Pyromancer in their pockets. And also after that push they just tried in the mid lane, they're out of gas, they're out of fuel. They gotta back and reset. So rip a Fire Giant right in front of their faces, and if anybody tries to walk up, any of the stragglers that are here to defend said actions, pick them off and then maybe try to fight the 5v4 afterwards in SMITE's favor. There are definitely options to get back in here. It's just finding the right moments to strike that hammer.
I think you've got a good idea there. The only thing that would scare me, wait a minute, are you speaking this into existence? As all 5 of Sesiete are around Fire Giant? They're doing exactly what you just said. They're ripping Fire Giant right in front of the faces of the Empire, as there are some low health bars. Karmic has been poked down just a tad. Fire Giant's at about half health, and we're waiting on an engage with Sesiete, maybe looking to bait this instead of really trying to siege this away, but the burn continues slowly but surely by Golden. We're sitting at about 3,000 health. Ice Ball's out. Sunbreaker here as well. Happen is getting tanked away. Dishonored in the backline with the Eagles rally. Sunprod secures the Fire Giant, and the dagger is in hand of Sunprod as well. But look at the damage from Karmic there. Tegveer finds a kill on Dishonored. That's a double kill. Maybe looking for a triple. Oh my God, he's able to find the triple. Wronggoose taken down, and Sunprod and Golden are the only 2 left that stand in the way of the Empire sieging down lane. But the Empire are going to go back instead. They did lose a lot of health during those fights, and they lost Fire Giant to Sesiete as well.
One of the interesting things about that fight and how it broke down is Sesiete had a moment there, right? In these instances, you have to call, are we burning or are we fighting? Empire walks up and Sesiete feels kind of split on whether or not they want to confirm this objective or take the fight in full, right? Dishonored ults in on top of a couple people, and that opens up the opportunity for Sesiete to confirm this Fire Giant. But while that's all well and good, Empire is still ahead of you. You didn't fight without that numbers advantage.
Gold Fury is getting taken away by the Empire. Sesiete show face and don't want to let it drop for free, but the Empire might have the advantage here. Dagger still in hand for Sunprod, and it does get secured by Happen. That's a Gold Fury. That's good news. The Empire finding something out of nothing and a bit more gold in their pockets as we approach the 23-minute mark, and the Empire still sit at about 6K, a tad bit more than that as far as a gold lead goes, and they're up 3 kills, but Sesiete have Fire Giant buffs in their pocket for Sunprod and Golden, and they still have a Dagger as well. They have opportunity to try and maybe find some objectives, maybe with the tier 1 tower here in middle. There's a Queen Naga that still needs to get taken down by somebody. There's stuff that Sesiete can find. They just need to go out of their way and grab it, and looks like they're about to right now. Tier 1 tower getting chipped away at as Frost Breath connects on Happen, does find a stun, but he's able to teleport out and not die there, but that will result in the tier 1 tower falling. Looks like Sesiete might be good with that. That's better than nothing, right? But wait a minute, Empire in response, looking for some poke game.
Not only a poke game, the big silly snake over there in the right side took away a Phoenix. Right underneath the noses of Sesiete, while everybody is pushing down that mid lane, Empire just says, cool, we can play that game. They know that they're not at risk to lose too much. A tier 1 tower is peanuts at 23 minutes. Like, who cares, man? You can have it. This gold was going to be in your pocket regardless, as Sesiete settled for a Pyromancer pickup. But now with that Phoenix down, that puts a lot of pressure on the right side of the map in favor of the Empire. So this Fire Giant that's ticking away, 80 seconds left, Sesiete aren't even able to really make good on it. You know, it's just not enough for the sacrifice that was given. I really do feel like it just boiled down to the call was a little bit split on whether or not we fight it or burn it on that FG call all the way back.
Let's see where we're at here, Muse. Fire Giant and Ancient Fury are both down. Queen Naga just got taken away by the Empire. The Pyro just went to Sesiete. Not a lot of stuff on the map aside from a couple camps here and there. What's the next chapter of our book? What is the next thing that happens?
So at this stage, both teams are kind of waiting out this FG buff. Sesiete is waiting it out because they can't really do anything else with it. They have to acknowledge these fireways pouring into right. And Empire is waiting it out because they want FG to respawn so they can just go back and pull it right away. The dynamic of the game has been in Empire's favor, and it will continue to be so, especially as some items are getting finished up here. Happen's got Spirit Robe, Tegveer's got a Magi's. So even though there are no beads for Empire, not even a Talisman of Purification, it's not even necessary. Sesiete has not been threatening enough with this Athena pick. They've not been threatening enough with the small amount of CC that they have, and because of that, Empire has been able to dictate the pace of the fights. 70 seconds till an FG. Mort, I guarantee you, Empire is starting to pitch up a tent there. We got snacks, a cooler, a couple of brewskis. They're gonna hang out there until it spawns because that's all but theirs at this stage.
The Empire settling with their brewskis, because what's an empire without brewskis, right? I mean, think about a
True.
world. How do we live without brews? I think it's a very solid point you make. Is Karmic split pushes on left side, but Dishonored's on the case, looking to make sure that he doesn't find that tier 1 tower, but he's able to. Karmic might pay for it with his life, as he does have the ult online, though. He's going to have to use that to get out of dodge, and that's the smart move. Takes the tier 1 tower, gets out of the way, and now there's 2 bodies on left side. Fire Giant, even though it's not up yet, if it spawns pretty soon, then maybe the Empire can rip this without a whole lot of opposition from Sesiete.
I mean, yeah, Empire's putting a lot of pressure on that left side with this Jormungandr, which is a great pick for split pushing just because he's so safe, and it attracts the eye or the attention of Sesiete. It's basically forcing their eyes to look at something else, maybe a little bit of when you play peekaboo with a baby and you cover your eyes and they forget that you're there. It's kind of like that object permanence that we got there. So kind of playing with their object permanence a little bit. Now that this FG spawned, Sesiete might not be thinking about the FG. They're thinking about, where's this Jorm going to be? Is Karma going to be split pushing again? And then that's when Empire just goes, yoinkies, I'm going to go ahead and take this.
As all 5 members of the Empire surround the Fire Giant pit, and maybe they're looking to take this Pyromancer off the map as soon as it spawns here in a couple seconds. Sesiete kind of having trouble deciding what to do. They're not necessarily grouped up. We're looking for camps here and there. We're just looking for spare gold as it sits around the map, and the Empire's still with a 6k gold lead. I mean, the Sesiete just can't seem to find their way back in, even though they're finding kills. They found a Fire Giant, and they found a Pyro earlier on. They just can't seem to find their way to a dominant position. They're always going to be one step back behind the Empire as the Pyromancer is taken away, and Sesiete just can't find a way to steal it. But around the corner is Rongu looking for a stun on Karmic. The Frost Breath doesn't connect, but it's still going to force the World Serpent out. He's going to jump in and do some disruption on the backline. Happen looking for a lockdown on Sunprod or Dishonored. Maybe you have something on Dishonored. Karmic is not out of there. He went in with the ult instead, but man, the damage from Globe there did a whole lot. That's going to push away Sesiete. A lot of low health bars on that side, but that doesn't stop Baron Area from teleporting in. Eagles rallies out, looking for something on the back line. Tegvir finds a double kill, though. Dishonored and Baron Area both dead in the blink of an eye. Shards of Ice maybe looking for some damage, just enough to take down Hydro, but Tegvir finds a triple. That's a quadra kill. Wait a minute, Tegvir with a quadra? What in the world is going on? Is that going to be a Pensa? No, it's not. Happen secures it instead. Regardless, that's a deicide and a shutdown for Happen's pocket. Sesiete are all dead, and the Empire continue their reign as they make their way towards the right bird.
I mean, Karmic got in there all the way in the back. It kind of looked like the big snake was doing a little bit of the int angle, but what it did was drag the eyes of Sesiete, and Bayon was off on the side in no man's land. Gets jumped on by the Scylla, and then the fight gets completely split up. Empire is able to cut away and chew the bits and pieces that they need, and Tegvir on this Achilles pick is just diabolical. The Penta confirmed by Happen. He denied the 5 kills, which is so tragic, but just like every other support player I know, they want a little piece of that glory, and I can't blame them. But ultimately, the Empire gets to have every piece of the glory board because they do walk away with that win.
And there's no better glory than climbing up the bracket and making their way towards the finals of our Week 1 October circuit. That being said, we are going to go to break before we talk about what we just saw, but we'll be back in a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SMITE Prime. We're here with week 1 of the October circuit, and man, we just saw one hell of a game between the Empire and SMITE. My name's Morty. I'm here with Muse, and we're here to talk about what we just saw a couple moments ago. And tell me a little bit about that, Muse.
So it kind of felt like Empire had control of the game kind of the whole way through, right? But there were a couple of give and take moments from SMITE where you saw the ideas of a comeback plan kind of coming together there. I really think about the fight after the Gold Fury, I believe the second Gold Fury of the game, where SMITE was able to give chase, pick up Globe and Tegvir, and then that Fire Giant call, but maybe not the execution. And ultimately, Empire just were not afraid of anything that SMITE were pulling out there.
Yeah, this was a blast to watch, though. It felt very back and forth. It wasn't like a complete snowball by any means. I mean, SMITE found a little bit of footing here and there, but we're always down one step. Every time SMITE took one step forward, the Empire took two, and they just found objectives here and there. They might have lost a couple bodies along the way, like you can see right here, Baronary finding one, and they're going to find another here in a moment. But yeah, it was a great back and forth.
And I really think that it's criminal that the Empire did not need any kind of like true CC immunity, be it from beads or, I mean, you had a Magi's for Tegvir, but there was so much small bits of CC that SMITE could have used and abused. It just never came out. Where was my Blink Taunts from Baronary? That's the thing, the Athena pick, I'm not sold. You know, I'm not in love with it. I'm not going to say anything egregious like, Baronary lost the game for SMITE's stupid Athena pick, because that's just not true, right? It did a fair amount of damage. You know, it was getting out there, it was getting active. You have about 8 on the kill participation side of things. I just don't think we had a chance to really see it soar. We had a couple of Athena ults, but not the bombastic W key that you would expect from something like an Athena, man. It just felt like SMITE never had a chance to really get their ball rolling.
Yeah, and that's just kind of how it goes. I think there's a couple things you could attribute it to. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Athena mid from Bayro. We can add to the pile of examples where Bayro tries something new in middle and doesn't really work out, but that's okay. Maybe next week. Let's see how this week is going to continue, though, as our bracket is going to get pulled up here in a moment, and we'll take a look at what we're going to see next.
And I'm especially curious to see who kind of ended up where. So it looks like is that 5 M's on SMITE 2 Bad Boys? What is that? I wonder what that means. Interesting. They're going to go up against 800 GPM. Fonzo Fam is up against Leftovers. That's going to be the Cherry team. Strength of Wood, QMax Garen. Huge reference. Glurp in the Empire. Glurp's going to have a tough uphill battle if I've ever seen one, but Glurp is going to have Benny Q on that team. So we're talking about those relics, you know, the shards of the Donzi squad getting pieced out. Looks like 3 of the 5 have kind of progressed on.
So Glurp is, for those of y'all wondering, we have Tuba, Speak No Evil, Benny Q, Valo, and Remikami. That's actually kind of a nuts team. That's a very nuts team indeed. And the S5N I2 Bad Boys, I don't know how to say that name right. I2 Bad Boys. Donut Doug, Aurora, Maswal, Scream, and John Rowing. We all love John Rowing. Look, if you don't love John Rowing, you don't know solo lane. This guy is a blast to watch. Dude, that team looks pretty good as well. I love seeing how these teams of Donzi have kind of like pieced around. But for now, we're going to go into picks and bans of our next game. Let's take a look at some of these rosters. I know y'all are going to be excited to see as look at this. Solo Retrol, Sam for Soccer, Daniel, Yarkor, and Fino K. Fino K is playing carry. That's nuts. Sot's on the same team as Sam for Soccer. That's nuts too. Yarkor's here. Daniel, like the great value Paul is what some might say. This is an awesome. I love this.
This is so good. Oh, look at this Leftovers roster, too. You've got Cherry playing jungle, not playing solo, so Cherry's out there trying new things. We have the #1 SMITE passion streamer, Mario Bro, over there in ADC. Of course, you have Resident Mordred Merchant Crow hanging out there for solo lane. I know he can play other things, but we all know what he's known for. And then Chunga Best which is another a ranked passion grinder that we see out here making their big name here in Smite Prime, and Moods as well. It's a name we all know and love. It's another game of kind of like the craziest pickup teams I think I've seen in my life going head to head, already popping through with these bands.
This is great. Cherry's jungling Mario Bro, the passion
where
streamer,
are we?
up against Fino K. Dude,
And
what
Sam
is
for
going
soccer
this is-
too.
Sam is back.
I'm geeked.
Sam is back. Dude, oh my god. It's hard to not be hyped, folks. It's really hard to not be excited for like just the potential matchup, and to think that we're gonna see weeks of this. This is just week one.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 more weeks where these rosters are locked in, and yeah, there's some subs. We might see some people, come around here and there, but you know what? This is great. And I love to see how these teams have kind of formed together for what I might think would be my favorite like roster lineup of Smite Prime so far.
This is a big day for fanboys. I'm telling you that right now. You and me out there, people that kind of look at these teams and go, wow, wouldn't it be cool? Kind of pop it off here. Yamoja, Aladdin, off the board. That makes a lot of sense, Mort. I mean, Yamoja is just going to be one of those supports that just does a ridiculous amount of damage and is just incredibly good. Backline support, you got the ultimate, take it out the board. Same deal, Ares, very good in coordination. Take it away. Suki is popular, and Aladdin's been broken since they released. So all of this kind of makes sense to me, and that's a Crow target ban. Huge. Fonzo fam knows ball. We're just all the way in.
But I wonder what Crow's backups are, because I feel like I've seen Crow play other stuff, and he also has he's definitely branched out his god pool a tad bit, but I wonder what he's going to resort to as Sun Wukong is taken away, probably going to solo or troll in solo, but wouldn't be shocked to see it for Daniel in mid.
I mean, Sun Wukong's one of those flexible picks where you could be solo or mid, I think, are the 2 big callouts there. I think that's really smart from you. I like that. Especially you could go with or without aspect, but especially there was a recent hit to the bird form for Sun Wukong, maybe a patch or 2 ago, where the cooldowns reduction is not as strong. So I still feel like a solo is going to be a little bit stronger than a mid lane where you're kind of relying on that bird form. So I kind of hope it goes to solo or troll there, but that pick right there is something I'm very excited about with their Smite Prime debut.
X-Ball is here for the first time in Smite Prime. This is going to be awesome to see. And Agni is here as well. Something tells me that this will probably go to Chang'e in middle lane, or maybe X-Ball mid with the aspect. I mean, there's a lot of, and that's something we really haven't even touched over because we haven't even seen X-Ball yet. It's X-Ball aspect.
So I got to double check to make sure that X-Ball aspect is allowed. Because if it is, I'm 100% with you. X-Ball aspect is kind of goated. It's crazy. It does a ridiculous amount of damage, and you can just kind of 2-shot people on accident, right? That's kind of how he plays, so just so much. But Agni in this mid lane is another one of those top-level mid laners where we don't see them as much compared to something like the, Hekate over there, or the Merlin that got banned away, but not a runner-up by any stretch of the imagination. But it's interesting to see that nobody's grabbing the new toy Yanis that was put out there.
Hekate and Hu Yi locked in. This is going to be a fun team for sure. I love their not only just like crowd control and lockdown, but a lot of geography movement, right? Because you're Hu Yi, you can place up walls, you can put barricades around certain parts of the jungle and such to make sure that people don't have somewhere to go. And that's especially prevalent for the side of the leftovers, because the only one that has a way to get over that geography is Scylla. Achilles has a dash, right? He has 2 dashes, technically, if you want to count Fatal Strike. Adney has a dash. Shivalanka has a dash. Nothing but dashes on that side. There's no way to leap to go over or under that big old meteor that will land at the beginning of Sunbreaker. Ymir and Merc are locked in as well. That's a dope team comp. I love what they've got going on.
It's super classic, honestly, is what I'm seeing. It's like a baller team here, a lot of auto attack base, so maybe looking at something like a Spectral Armor, Hide Endymion for tanks, just to stand in front of the Mercury or the Ymir or even the Ho Yi if you're going to tank some of those basic attacks. And I did get it confirmed, Morty. Xbalanque aspect is allowed in play. So the question is, if the Xba is going to be over... Okay, actually, sorry, it's not a question. I have an answer. I'm almost certain that it's Jibal aspect in the mid lane and then Agni aspect over in the dual lane, which is, I love Spike 2. Talk about a switcheroo there, as you got the Hunbots as the final slot in there for leftovers. Both of these teams appear to be super strong. I don't think I really dislike anything about what I'm seeing here. As far as like weaknesses go, I think you hit the nail on the head. You know, leftovers have a lot of dashes, but not a lot of leaps, unless you count, you know, Scylla's, you know, Sentry or Humbats can jump over things, but that does offer a lot of geographical advantages for Fonzie Farm with the walls and with the Hui ultimate.
You know, I'm kind of jealous of the remaining Smite 1 players right now because like, we've seen these transitions come and go. You know, okay, there's a new aspect out. Adney's a carry now. There's a new aspect. Thor's a solo. But imagine how these players feel about like, oh my God, all of this change is so cool. I'd love to be in those shoes. But for now, we're going to get into the game and let's see how the leftovers take on the Fonzo family here in the second game of what we've seen so far in the week 1 of October circuit. Sanford Soccer's here, as well as Sot, Yarkor, Daniel, and Fino on the left side. The Fonzo fam looking loud and proud. But look at the leftovers as well. Cherries in the jungle with Hunbats. Crows on the Achilles. That's another very prominent pick of his. Moods on the Scylla support with the aspect. And you were right. You predicted correctly. That's Mario Bro with the aspect of combustion on the left side here in duo. And then that's X-Ball mid? Intelligence? Dude,
so we can, let's take a second to talk about X-Ball mid, right? I'm going to break it down for you in the simplest terms possible, Morty. This god hits. This thing, it's like a truck. This thing is a 2011 Ford Ranger ripping about 70 miles down the freeway, and you made the mistake of standing in front of it, right? And they are blasting 102.1 Kiss FM while it's going on. Like, they're in the zone, right? That's what Shanga Best is doing with the Shibal pick right now. You could pick up Smite 2 today, lock in Xbalanque with the aspect, and accidentally walk away with the pen to kill the amount of damage that this character does. It is going to be the single scariest thing that I fear we're going to be looking at today, just because of how much damage it's able to pull out. Aspect of the Night Stalker makes it so that when you... Oh my gosh, there's so many words there. Basically, it's just more damage, right? 3 fires of ability-based projectiles. So poison darts, and then poison darts again. And then your Darkest of Nights, that ultimate doesn't give you all the buffs that it did before, but you know what it does? It resets poison darts. So you know what you do? You build Staff of Mirrodin, and then you poison darts, and you bolt, and you poison darts, you Staff of Mirrodin, you're gonna do more. You're just gonna go, here, have all this. Somebody keep an eye on Shung at best. They're going to walk out of here a criminal because there's going to be so many dead bodies after this.
Well, sounds like there's going to be a lot of buildup to get to that wave, but for now, the fighting will be happening in duo as Fino does a massive amount of damage with the bounce and almost takes down Mario Bro in the blink of an eye, and Moods gets pieced up a little bit as well. A lot of little health bars on this left side, and I'm wondering if this is where our first blood potential lies, but look at mid lane as well, as both junglers are around there as the neutral camp gets taken down and the oracles as well. I mean, there's a lot of potential here. I'm kind of wondering where our first blood will lie.
So I'm really looking at the junglers for this instance because, running around who is that Sanford Soccer is going to be doing a lot of running around in this Mercury pick, just trying to get their farm on, hit those power spikes. We need Rage, Hydra's Lament, a Deathbringer, but without that ultimate, ganking might seem a little bit scary unless Beads is down.
Oh, great lockdown by Sanford Soccer. Frost Breath in connect, and Fino finds the double bounce. Moods is dead, and the murder is Fino. That's first blood going to the Fonzo fam. So it turns out Sanford Soccer does not care about what your preconceived notions of what a Mercury jungle is going to be doing. If he sees that your Beads is down and your Scylla has a Sunder, he's coming over to hit that gank. And think about who's there for the follow-up too. The freeze from Yarkor. Yark the Shark lurking in the waters. He will have that CC ready and available, and the DPS from Final K will be more than enough, especially because Moods, only with that Olmec Blue, doesn't have the Yogi's Necklace online, so very gankable and very killable. This dueling could be fairly volatile. This is so cool. This is I was sorry, Muse. I'm listening, but it's just hard to get over the roster. The roster apocalypse is among us, and look, dude, it's Pagon, Fido, Sot, Sanford Soccer, and Yarkor are all playing. I might have found my new favorite team now that Donzi is dead, because this is so cool, dude.
It's a lot to enjoy from what we're seeing so far, and it feels like it's only pretty early on in this game, but they had won a game leading up to this, so the coordination is right there. Exciting to see Solo or Troll kind of back in that solo lane. I think back to the Smite 1 games of yore and seeing them on the big screen, so they're just gonna have so much pressure because that is just a force to contend with. Mercury over there by the blue buff.
And look at Cherry taking away a purple buff away from Fonzo as Yarkor presses forward. Fino also pressing up, and maybe they look to take away their purple buff because they know they just lost theirs because of that ward. Yarkor is pressing up on it. Fino putting some damage onto Moods, and the purple buff is getting taken down. Mario Bro doesn't want to give it up for free, though. The Ice Ball will stop him from hitting too many basics. Fino's in the air, going to slam back down because back comes Cherry looking to defend that purple buff with everything they have, and that's smart. Fonzo played the smart move to try and take away their resource because they just lost theirs, but Leftovers playing it smart as well. They don't want to give that up for free. Speaking of free, Sot's gonna for free kill Crow thanks to the gank from Sam for Soccer.
Does look like both Sot and Sam had to use their ultimates in order to keep Crow locked down, so no Achilles out there in response, but that is just going to make this pressure in the solo lane all that more difficult to contend with. I do like the way that Cherry's been rotating around the map, though, when you know that Mercury's on the other side, trying to clean up the jungle on Fonzo Fam's side, so taking away that speed buff and that back camp, but this is that momentum that Sam for Soccer's looking for to get that Merc online.
Cherry might be finding a gank on Duo here. Fear No Evil's out, and maybe the 3 will bring him right to him. Fino barely getting out with just a tad bit of health, but Yarkor might not be as lucky. The Shards of Ice will commit to make sure the Yarkor can do some damage before he falls to his grave. That's going to be the first kill for the Leftovers as Yarkor is dead. Sam for Soccer just a tad too late to the fight.
Look at this damage here from Shanghai Beast. There it is. Pause it out. The dash. Open the gates off the mark. But Shanghai dies anyway right before they get the kill. Jeez. All right. Cool. Well, they're both dead, Bort. So I'm going to let you talk for a little bit.
Okay. I guess I'll say some things. That was crazy. Dude, X-Ball mid and Hecate just duking it out, and the minions barely made that fight go 1-1. If it weren't for minions there, then looks like Chang'e would have walked away for free. Maybe not for free. I mean, he would have lost a whole lot of health, but you know what? That was cool for sure. Dude, I love what's going on with Smite 2. I wanted to harp in this more on picks and bans and didn't really get enough time to, but if you would have told me as a Smite 1 player that there's a brand new Smite 2 around the corner, and X-Ball's a mid laner who's also a really strong carry too. Same thing with Agni. Solo support is stupid good right now. And dude, like, this game is so crazy.
There's a lot to love, and something that I want to point out between the X-Ball and Hecate matchup is that Daniel's not going to get as much benefit from parts of Hekate's kit. I'm thinking about the shield, and I'm thinking about the ultimate, right? Because this Hecate shield blocks magical damage. Jibal, while building all this in, still deals physical damage. They are physical god. So that shield is doing Bupkis when you think about it. And then the ultimate as well. You got a CC immune dash on top of Shanghai. All you have to do is just get that windup going, and then you're home free.
Well, wait a minute. Here comes Sam looking to lock down Moods. The Frost Breath connects, and Sam throws him into a wall, but the teleport barely connects and gets Moods out of harm's way. And Mario Bro looking to defend with their life, but here comes Cherry, maybe looking for a 3-on-3 skirmish, but Sam is running. Sunbreaker's out, so is Fear No Evil. Wait a minute. The fight continues. Shards of Ice does a tad bit of damage, but doesn't find the kill on Moods, and Sam shouldn't have walked away there. That might be a dead Scylla if he was still there. Fight continues in middle lane as the poison darts just do way too much damage. Chang'e finds another kill on Daniel. Wow.
I mean, you have to be so careful when walking up to this Jibal, because again, your shield is not helping you against that dot damage from the poison darts, and if he rips that ultimate, Chang'e Beast is just going to be racking up that damage. Also want to point out that Leftovers have what D-Lo likes to call that caveman combo. Big circles on big circles. It's hard to miss a Hunbat Salt. It's hard to miss the, damage you can get from Agni and from Scylla, so just being able to rack all of that on top of each other does a lot for this Leftovers team fight.
A lot happening right now, and 3-4 here at the 8-minute mark, and maybe we make it 3-5 or 4-4. Sam for soccer, locking down Cherry. He's got 100 health to his name, but Sam is just a tad too fast to be ran away from. Fonzo finds another kill. That's 4 for 4 at the 8-minute mark, and a 1K gold lead for Fonzo as well. They're farming a little bit better. Their objective control has been a tad bit better as well. Dude, look at that X-ball damage. Oh my god. He has one item right now.
Yeah, that Ancient Signet's putting in work, but now Jarkor walks up with the freeze. That's a lot of damage.
But open the gates will block him from walking in. That's okay. Yarkor finds the kill with the basic to finish him off, and that's fine. Chang'e is dead regardless, and Mood's looking for a bit of revenge. Cherry walking up as well. The root's found, but does Cherry have that damage to take down a full health Yarkor? I don't think so. So they're not going to commit too hard, but look at Crow walking from solo into the jungle, maybe looking for a fight, but he's not going to find anything just yet. Back to solo, back to farming.
So I want to point out, because you called it out in picks and bans, the Ymir wall, as well as some of the other elements of the Fonzo fam team, but that Ymir wall is crucial for keeping this Xbalanque in check, because they have no way to get around it, just like you said, so that's what you need.
Wait a minute, Stunbreaker's out. Fino has to dash out. Moods does find a stun, so does Yarkor though, but 2 low health carries. Both Mario Bro and Fino don't feel comfortable fighting this through. The supports just want to make sure that their carries stay alive. That's their job. That's cool. They're both doing great at it, but no kill found just yet. But Cherry walking through the Gold Fury pit, maybe looking to walk towards mid as Sanford Soccer ganks in, and he's able to find Chang'e. That's one dead body in middle lane. Maybe looking to make it 2 is Cherry, maybe walking right into Daniel. Should he meet the same fate? The damage is high for Daniel already, but can he find the kill though? No lockdown means no kill found just yet for Fonzo, but they make their way towards duo lane, and Moods might be next on the butcher block.
There's the wall, tries to catch out the Scylla, but she is able to sentry away. That could open up the Gold Fury potentially. You do have the Mercury with a few stacks of rage, so Leftover's got to contest.
Gold Fury is getting taken away, though. Fonzo might not be able to find kills, so they want to find a Gold Fury instead, sitting at about 3,000 health. Leftovers making their way over, though, but Fonzo outnumbers them. Fear No Evil's out, though. Sunbreaker as well. So much happening in such a short amount of time, but run around, able to find a kill on Moods. That's one dead body for the Leftovers, but teleporting in from solo, he might be a tad too late, though, is Crow. Chang'e walks forward, Charge of Ice is out, and Daniel's taken down. Yarkor looking for a kill on X-Ball. He's going to be able to find it, but the Gold Fury goes towards Mario Bro. Leftovers finding everything in spades. Fino with 100 health to his name, trying to get away from these camps, but look at Cherry jumping in, somersault, and he's flipping Fino K to his death. Sot's just a tad too late to the party. Cherry is on the back foot, and Yarkor is 100 health to his name. His Leftovers might be chasing him down. That's a great ice wall, but Cherry jumping forward. He's not able to find him, though. Yarkor is just a tad too fast, but wait a minute, don't turn around. Just walk out of there. Fatal Strike might find him. Crow, oh, that's a great stun from Frost Breath, and the Ice Ball in response. Yarkor almost bit off a tad bit more than he could chew.
I mean, this was a huge fight for Leftovers, and I can point to the exact moment that it all started to fall apart for Fonzo fam. Daniel accidentally takes the Hikate portal into the rest of Leftovers, and now Solar Troll forced to Tiger away, but Cherio's got the chase on, but Zot's gonna be okay, just taking a couple of steps back. But Fonzo fam, like I said, Daniel gets caught out super hard. I think they accidentally went through that portal, and then they just have to force everything. They take a lot of poke, they try to dash away, they get chased out by the rest of Leftovers without that Akate damage. It is super hard to try to confirm anything for Fonzo fam, and then Leftovers take that Gold Fury and just sweep through everybody.
Wait a minute, we might find a lockdown here. Great grab by Sam for Soccer. Slams him right into Yarkor. Daniel finds the final touch of death. Amazing kill. Great coagulation from Fonzo here in middle as they find a kill on Chang'e and make their way towards Pyro to take this down. It looks like they might be getting it for free, but Cherry just showed up. But he might not have a great way to secure this, though. It's 1,000 L's to a name. Fear No Evil is out, but it doesn't connect to anyone. Great ult in from Sanford Soccer, but the Pyro's taken down. Who takes it? Daniel's able to secure it for Fonzo. But here comes Moods, maybe looking to take down a low health bar. Daniel has a couple hundred health to his name. Running around, looking to find some lockdown, though. Leftovers coming together and take down Daniel. Running around is next on the Butcher's block. And looks like Sot's in the air. Yarkor looking for a stun. And down goes Moods. Just one more basic. He's able to find it. But who's next, though? Crow is fighting for his life. He's looking for the 2v1, but here to make it 3 is Fino, rotating in from Duo. Fatal strikes out, but he can't get away, and he can't find a kill either. That's 3 dead bodies on the side of Leftovers and 2 for Fonzo, but the Pyro goes to Fonzo. They walk away with a W in that fight.
I mean, again, this Xbalanque gets picked off because you have Sam for Soccer, Yarkor, and Daniel that are just able to do so much to be able to keep that character in check. It kind of reminds me of dealing with Freya from the days of Smite 1, right? How did you deal with that late game, hyper-scaling, ridiculous DPS character? What do you even do about that? Well, the answer is obvious. You just kill him, right? Just kill her. I don't care how you do it. Make it happen. If she dies, she can't do anything. Similar type of mindset when dealing with this Xbal. Just lock him down. Kill him. Bait his dash, then chase after him. Make sure you cut off his paths with walls, with mezzes, with a dash from Mercury. Don't let him get his abilities off. As long as you can do that, that cripples a lot of the damage that Leftovers is able to put out.
Wow. 14 minutes into this game, 12-9. Fonzo fam in the lead, and they have about 1,000K lead. 1,000K would be crazy. 1,000 lead for Fonzo when they just got a Naga that will put them a tad bit higher on that chart. They're doing great right now. Fonzo doing just fine, finding objectives here and there. They haven't found a goal just yet, but they're going to find one soon as it's about to respawn. And I mean, they're winning a lot of these fights. That's why they're up on kills, right?
I mean, yes, Fonzo fam has been doing a lot to be able to pick off the weaker links, and I don't even want to call it weaker link. Chugabest is not the weak link here. They are just the most vulnerable, like a glass cannon. They are able to do a ridiculous amount of damage, but if you can find them and isolate them, they can be fairly easily picked off. That's why they're sitting there with 5 deaths. If you look at the deaths for Fonzo fam, I mean, Daniel's in a similar position. What is Hakate going to do to get away from anything that Leftovers does? It's really going to come down to these big team fights. You've got caveman combos from Leftovers. If you can hit those, you're going to be able to melt away some health bars.
Fight happening here in middle lane. The beads is forced out. Fear No Evil doesn't do too much. But wait a minute, here comes running around. Maybe looking for a lockdown, though. Sod's able to find one on Chang'e. And down goes one body. Cherry won't be next. He's going to somersault back to the safety of the tier 1 as he doesn't want to end up like his good friend Chang'e. But that's 1 kill found for Fonzo. And that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. They're just finding little bits and pieces to keep them ahead of the game. But Sod walks around the corner looking to take advantage of Cherry. The sun might land, but here comes Moods to body block. That's a great body block, but it won't stop Cherry from dying. Look at Sod jumping in the air and diving in the back line. I don't think Moods is going anywhere today. That's a great body block, but the cudgel will land right on the head of Moods. That's 2 dead bodies. Make it 3 on Leftovers, and the tier 1 tower will fall. Maybe they go for 2.
You really got to give the laurels to both Solar Troll and Sam for Soccer running around, being able to just constantly W key at the problem players from Leftovers, running at Cheerio, running at Chungabest, running at Moods. The Sun Wukong has got the Lifesteal build online, so you've got the Umberlink, the Lash, the Devo, so they're going to be living forever. They find themselves a Pyromancer as well, and Leftovers looks at that Gold Fury too.
Amazing knock up there. Amazing stuff indeed. I don't think Crow has anywhere to go. That's a great shield bash, but it won't save his life. Fatal Strike almost found a connect before he falls, but he is put down before the dash is made. That's another dead body on the side of Leftovers, and they keep getting picked out. Fonzo fam are doing a great job of grouping up as little tidbits of 3 or 4 and finding 1 or 2 of Leftovers and taking them down. That's how they're staying ahead in the gold game. That's how they're staying ahead in kills as well, as they're up almost double their opponents right now with a 5K lead now. That develops so quickly, and all they found was a gold and a couple kills.
Well, it really comes down to the 3v3 and the 2v2 for Fonzo fam is so strong. Sot, Sam for Soccer, Daniel. They move as a unit and they just catch out anybody who walks in the wrong side of the park. I mean, Crow showed up for a moment and was like, what's going on, guys? Oh, I'm gonna leave. And they said, no, you're not leaving. You can go in a body bag if you want to go, but you don't get to stick around here. And then Yarkor and Vital K are working so well together. They find that Gold Fury as well. It's just a lot to deal with. Fonzo fam overall looks incredibly strong.
That's a funny way you described it. It's like a Walter White, Gus Fring thing. Like, you've seen too much. You can't just walk away. But speaking of walking away, it looks like Leftovers walking out of duo lane. But here comes Sot looking to find a kill on Mario Bro. The dash is out, but the slam from Sot will take down Mario Bro. Moods is a tad bit healthy to find a double, though. But running around in middle lane, takes down Chang'e. That's 2 dead bodies on 2 parts of the map. And Leftovers cannot seem to find anything to keep their feet in this game. Fonzo fam are just on top, and look at the rotation from running around, and Daniel looking for a lockdown on Moods, and they're able to find it slammed right into the wall and teleporting over, though. But looks like Fino can do the same thing. He can jump right over and land the Sunbreaker and find the kill. 3 dead bodies, 4 Leftovers, and there's not too much that Fonzo can do other than push up this left side, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
I mean, at this point, Fonzo fam is just starting to run away with it. Leftovers have to start thinking about bunkering down, about trying to find their little victories. Even Yar Core, tanky as they are, don't care too much about Cheerio giving it their all. The support's down only 1 level from the support. It's not happening, man.
Yarkor, what are you doing there, man? He might have went up a little bit farther than he should have. That's fine. That's all right. I don't think he expected everybody from Leftovers there, considering that there were a lot of dead bodies on their side just a moment ago. So he did get caught out, but that's okay. A somewhat necessary sacrifice for Fonzo to stay in the lead, as that left side just got taken down so fast. Leftovers just lost 2 towers in the blink of an eye because they lost Moods. That's really what it came down to. So now that left side is super vulnerable once the first Ancient Fury spawns. I mean, that can be an easy debuff, or even a Pyromancer bomb could take that tower down in quick time, and then next thing you know, that's a little more than Leftovers can handle.
Well, and with 2 towers going down, Fonzo fam hits that quick back as well. There's some big items that are getting finished up here. Sam for Soccer just finished up a Deathbringer. I mean, this Mercury is going to be hitting much similar to the Ford Ranger that we talked about at the beginning of this game. As Fonzo fan walks away with a Pyromancer, it looks like even more blood to be shed in solo.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be another dead body. Crow using combat dodge to try and find his way out of there, but the bee's forced out. Wait a minute, Fino's dead. Great Fear No Evil, and Crow will find the kill. Sot finds Crow, though. 1 body down on each side. Away goes Mario Bro. He doesn't want to fight this, but great ult from Sam. Great ult from Sam will find Mario Bro, but X-Ball's here. A lot of damage being thrown out on both sides. Shutdown found for Chang'e. Down goes running around, and Sot's still trying to find the chase, though. Chang'e can't find anywhere to go. That's a quadra kill for Sot. A quadra kill for Sot. 4 dead bodies lie in solo lane, and Sot is the killer. That's a quadra homicide.
That is ridiculous what Fonzo fam is able to do to anybody that walks too close, and that was the moment for Leftovers to try to turn this around, but they just couldn't find it. Moods, the last one surviving. I'm giving you the opportunity to be the witness, to tell the others what I did here. Fonzo fam are on fire. The world is their oyster at this point, Mort. They can start pushing up lanes. They can start looking at FG, because if I'm Leftovers, that was my fight to turn it around, and it did not go the way that I wanted it to.
The world is Fonzo's oyster, and looks like they're going to shuck it as they look to surround the Fire Giant pit. This could be their moment to find the big objective. Gold Fury is up as well, and Fonzo have a lot of Play-Doh to play with, but what will they create? What will they shape? What will their hands do? What will they sculpt? As their time is coming around, Fonzo have been developing this snowball, and it started from something that could fit in the palm of your hand to something bigger than your apartment. This is something huge, but Fonzo need to capitalize, and looks like they're about to. Gold Fury getting taken down by running around and Fine OK, but looks like Mario Bros making his way over, as he doesn't want to give this up free. He does have that Meteor Fire to try and secure, but looks like Fonzo are going to drop that because Leftovers just found vision. They're aware of what's going on, and Fonzo need to wait on the rest of the reinforcements from Fonzo to get there and take that thing down. But Leftovers back up. They're going to give it away for free. Fino finds a Gold Fury, and up goes their gold lead. The stocks for Fonzo are getting high.
And that's the second Gold Fury pip as well, so they're going to have some buffed minions for their pushes down the line. They're going to start moving around this Fire Giant and trying to see if they can find any picks here. Leftovers have to play this kind of scared if they want to come out the other end here.
Oh my god, that's a 3-man stun. Wait a minute, that could be the engage? No way, the Frostbite South as well. The Sunbreaker does massive damage. Fino slams in and takes down Cherry. That's one dead body so far. Leftovers on the back foot, and Daniel presses forward looking for Mario Bro. Big damage. Look around the corner. Sot, who finds 1 kill. That's 2 bodies dead so far. And what happens from here? That's an X-Ball ult trying to lock down what's left of Fonzo, but Crow presses forward and takes down running around. Daniel in the back line, take it down. Chang'e, 3 bodies dead, and Moods might be next, but Crow's in the back line, and Fonzo looked to surround him. Fonzo looked to take down what's left of leftovers, and Crow cannot handle this damage being put on his head top. He's trying to find his way out of this, but there's no way to fight against Fonzo, fam. 4 dead bodies, and Fire Giant is next. It's going to be taken away for free. Moods is the only one around. Moods is the last hope that the leftovers have, but he walks around the corner looking for a potential steal. 5k health on this Fire Giant. Moods has Sunder. Moods has ult. Can he make it happen? 2,000 health on the Fire Giant. He dashes in. Can he find the Sunder? Can he find the Sunder? He's stunned away, but he takes away the fire. He takes away the fire. Fonzo thought they had everything in their hand, but leftovers won't let him have it for free. A great steal from Moods to try and keep them alive in this game.
I mean, at this point, it's not even about what you can find for your team. It's what can you deny Fonzo Farm when everything goes awry. The way that fight starts was kind of tough. Now you have the Fear No Evil from Jerry trying to find some damage, force him off that Pyromancer, but they just pick it right back up.
Wait a minute, they are going to pick it back up, and here comes Leftovers walking out of base and making their way forward. Fino finds a Pyro, though. Leftovers can't find their footing, and Daniel presses forward. He's got the dagger in pocket, and the Ice Ball connects as well. Chang'e has nowhere to go, and Fonzo press back in. They just got Pyro. They might look for Mario Bro as they press forward, looking for some kills, but they're starting to split up. It looks like Crow might find an isolated kill here, but wait a minute, here comes Sunbreaker. Down goes Crow. Fino showing up in the nick of time and saving what's left of Fonzo. A couple low health bodies on the side of Fonzo fan, but that won't stop them from pressing forward. Down goes this tier 2 tower, and Bird will be next on their agenda.
I mean, Leftovers are staggering their death timers at this point, just trying to force something to happen. You don't have to force anything, man. Now Fonzo fam's coming for your Bird.
As down they go, Pyro bombs out, Sots in the air, and the Frost Breath connects. Boots might be dead here, but great damage from Mario Bro. Fino dashes in, and Daniel finds the kill. Daniel finds the kill. Sot takes down Cherry, and 4 dead bodies live for Leftovers. This might be a deicide. Yes, it is. Moods is dead. Chang'e's the only one alive to defend this Titan. That's a split push from running around. The Great open the gates. Will lock down Chang'e. Nobody is left alive for Leftovers, and the Titan will surely fall here. Fonzo fam make their way down the bracket.
Oh my gosh, what an explosive... Dude, time did not feel real. And that last bit that we experienced here, yeah, you're able to seal away the Fire Giant, but good lord, at what cost? It kind of felt like the whole game. There was a moment to reset the pace, to try to slow things down, and instead, Fonzo fan was just able to find the picks that they needed to snowball even further towards that Titan. I mean, it's ridiculous what Solo Patrol was able to do, what Sam for Soccer was able to do, the damage from Daniel. I'm freaking out, dude. It's ridiculous.
Folks, Sam for Soccer is back. Fino K is back, and Fonzo fam are on top. If you missed anything, those are the 3 things you need to know. We'll cover more as we get back from our break, but we're going to take a quick ad break, and we'll be back in a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime, week 1 of the October circuit. It's me, I'm Morty, I'm here with Musi, and we just saw one hell of a game between the Fonzo fam and whatever they're called. I don't even know, dude. I just love Fonzo fam so much. It was so cool, dude. I'm sorry, I'm a little fanboy today because Fino's back, Sanford Soccer's back, Yarkor's back, and they put together one hell of a Smite Prime team.
It was leftovers. I mean, they certainly got leftover, you could say, just left in the fridge at this point, because Fonzo fam tore through that like a family of 4 tears through a 2 large pizza deal from Domino's. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how much Sanford Soccer was eating in this game. Just a ridiculous amount of damage from the Mercury. But I gotta put my hands up. We're gonna talk about it. Solar Troll on the Wukong. The king is back, baby. He's back, and he's in lane. He's doing crazy things out there. I'm just saying.
And it is cool to see Sot back in solo because he had a little carry arc for a tad bit, and to see him back here is exciting. And yeah, it is cool to see. Yeah, the king is back. Fino. That team is just so cool, dude. Pagon, Sanford Soccer. Like, I feel like they've been watching Smite Prime from afar, and they're like, we need to get the Avengers back together. Like, we need to create a team to take down Clocked In, because Hydro has been running this game for way too long.
Well, and what I really like, too, about this Fonzo fam team is especially a lot of the picks, like, we don't really see the Mercury show up except for maybe Scream was the only other Mercury player that I've got in the back of my mind right now. So knowing that Sanford Soccer, that's a pick that he can, threaten people with. It's pretty dangerous. Obviously, Yark the Shark making this Ymir look really good. I also gotta say Ariana Grande. The Jibalanke. Yeah, I was looking at them because it's my next point.
Yeah.
A lot of damage with this aspect. I mean, I compared them to the GOAT of a vehicle, a 2011 Ford Ranger. But we just didn't really get a chance to see it hit. But I'll tell you what, you can still see the damage numbers popping up on there. 19K. Definitely was expecting more, but I feel like a lot of that has to do with the fact that Fonzo fam really just respected the Jibal and kept them locked down.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket and see what games are next on the board. What games have made it through? What teams have progressed so far throughout the bracket? I know there's been some exciting teams so far that I've been wanting to watch, and kind of curious who we're going to be seeing next. Strength of Wood versus the Empire. The Empire was fun to watch, too. I'm glad to see that they're still climbing their way through, but Strength of Wood is no easy feat to take down. But Fonzo fam, who we just watched, is now taking down the SMITE 2 Bad Boys. This will be a real fun game.
That's going to be a heater of a game. I'm really excited for that. Strength and Wood and the Empire as well. I mean, Strength and Wood, that's the Snatty team, right? It's got a Snatty, Kiyaka. I got the list over here. I don't even have to guess. Kiyaka, yup, Tempo, Kaidon, NMR, and Snatty. So a couple of goats over there. So that'll be a fun one to see who comes out on top. But when it comes to the SMITE 2 Bad Boys, those folks at home might have put it together. That is the team with Scream, as we take a look at them over in picks and bans and see what they want to have for themselves more. I'm really excited about this.
John Rowing, Scream,
oh my God,
Moswall, Aurora, and Donut Doug. I mean, it's hard. Like, dude, this is a superb team right here. This is stupid superb.
Stupid superb. I don't think there's a better way to put it. More, you have a way with words that I'm blushing over here. That's kind of crazy. But these rosters going up against each other feel kind of ridiculous to see. Like, enough's enough. You know what I mean? Let's talk a little bit about the gods that are going to be coming through, or more accurately, what's not coming through. Merlin already off the board, taken away from Daniel, but I really feel like the Hecate that they played last game was pretty solid, and I would almost be a little bit more worried about that. And obviously, you can't let Scream play Aladdin.
You can't let Scream play Aladdin. If you've learned anything from the Founder Series, folks, especially the butt end of it, you can't let Scream play Aladdin. So that's the first ban that does get taken away. That, and I'm sure a lot of y'all know that Sanford Soccer's been away for some time. So even if Aladdin gets left open, Sanford Soccer's not going to play the hardest god in the game. You know what I mean? Like, he definitely needs a little bit of practice on it. Even Scream had to do a lot of practicing before the Founder Series. That was like a big talking point if we were going to go into Founder Series, that a lot of the EU players didn't really see the value in Aladdin, so it wasn't played for them. But the NA side, it did a lot of things with Aladdin. So that's why we saw so much of it from them. especially like leading up to that. And that kind of stays true today, I feel like, because a lot of these EU junglers that we know, and those who are left, I mean, not a lot of them are playing because, I mean, this is on NA, this is ping, so not exactly relevant for them. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the players that are around now, Scream especially, still find high value in Aladdin. But one thing that really sticks out to me here. So we've seen in the past that Scream loves Mercury. He really, really loves that Mercury pick. A lot of junglers don't. That's just how it goes. Some junglers don't feel comfortable on it. But Sam for Sako just played Mercury. He just went crazy on the Mercury as well. So part of me thinks that's going to be a high value pick for either team, and I don't know if it's going to be first, but it surely will be high. Tsukiyomi will be first, though. Maybe going to Scream, maybe going to Maswal, maybe even going to John Rowing.
And I want to take a quick step back here and talk about some of the bans that filtered through as well. Jing Wei obviously off the board. That character is ridiculously good. But the Sun Wukong ban, I feel like it's a specific call out to solo or troll. Just John Rowing wants no part of it. And honestly, after the game that Sot just had, I wouldn't want to give that to him either. The Tsukiyomi pick, I do feel like it could go to John Rowing, but I'm almost leaning towards Scream just because in the previous weeks since Suki has come out, Scream has really been slamming the Suki pick for himself. So that's where I'm kind of leaning with that.
Sobek is back. We haven't seen Sobek in some time, but this is kind of a Yarkor classic, so I'm excited to see that around. X-Ball going towards Daniel, formerly known as Pagon, for those of you who are a little new around this Smite Prime scene. This is cool too, because he kind of just got ran at by an X-Ball, right? Even though Fonzo Fam, you said Fonzo Farm earlier, I thought it was so funny. Fonzo Fam, they came out on top. Dude, that was a pretty intense lane where, I mean, it was really back and forth. So seeing how strong X-Ball mid is, I'm sure Daniel saw that. It was like, dude, what if I played this god? What if I did this? Wouldn't that be lit? Like, why don't we take some dubs with this aspect Shibalanke mid?
There's a lot of damage to be had there. You could even hand it over to Final K without the aspect if you wanted, but I'm right there with you. Aspect Jibble just does a lot of damage, especially to Daniel. He'll be able to position pretty safely with it. Smite 2 Bad Boys, take a look at that Agni Bellona combo. Again, a lot of damage, and Bellona is just ridiculous in the solo lane, especially with the Umbral Link, Sanguine Lash, Devo's build. You could even try to, slap on the... There's a couple other things you have there, Berserker, Shogun, some of you just stand in front of people, you just never die, right? And then, of course, I really like the amount of sustain that Fonzo fam have drafted here, too, between Herc and Pele.
Herc and Pele and Sobek in the big October of 2025. No way we get an Anubis here as well. There's just not a chance in the world. No. Well, because part of me, this is okay, bro. Right. Okay, we're making trends over here. Fonzo fam are making waves on the scene. They're not here to just play whatever the other guys are playing. They're here to make something of their own happen. Look at Musi jamming out over there like he just found a new album and he's loving it. This is so crazy, dude. And Yanis, Scylla, Bellona, Agni, Tsukiyomi locked in for the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Wondering who their jungler is. I mean, I'm assuming that's going to be Maswal and the Yanis. Dude, this is crazy. This is a crazy day of Smite Prime. I love today.
You're listening to Real Anubis Trap Beats. I mean, there is so much here, but obviously we can't talk about it here. We're going to talk about it in the game, right?
Yeah, so let's do that. Let's get into the game here, folks. Some Mike 2 Bad Boys versus Fonzo Fam coming at you live here. This is going to be a game to see. For those of you just now joining us, this is Morty and Musi in the microphone booth. We've got Rosie, Tess, Billy, and Jithens behind the scenes. And man, we have got a banger of a game awaiting for us. I cannot wait to see how this boils down.
We got a lot to break down here, so we're going to just take a quick scoop at what's going on. First of all, Fonzo fam definitely shuffling up what we maybe previously thought we were looking at. Daniel is going to be rocking that Anubis mid, and it is going to be Jibble over there in that duo role, the 80 carry for Fine. Okay, so no Aspect is going to perform or rather, he's going to function as you would expect him to do. So a lot of focus on bolas, big auto attack damage, a little bit of safety. Notably, too, that Rising Jaguar, the Xbalanque dash, omnidirectional now in Smite 2, meaning that in Smite 1, you would jump forward a little bit and then kind of choose a direction. In Smite 2, you can actually jump back starting the dash, so there's a certain degree of safety to be had with Jibal there. Some other things I'm seeing in terms of relics, Morty, Smite 2 Bad Boys, Beads and Sunder, classic, but Fonzo fam double up on the Sunders, a Blink for the Pele Engage, and an Aegis for Anubis, which makes them susceptible to CC, and classic Beads for Jibal.
And this is so cool. I love to see the aspects around. I love to see these new picks, right? Pagon, one of the few. Daniel, to find the value in this Anubis pick. And I think there's some vision there. I see the vision that Daniel sees. I just want to see it come to life. I want to make y'all see it too, right? And really, Daniel's going to be the one that makes y'all see it. But I'm excited to see how this goes, because Giannis versus Anubis, tell me how this lane runs down.
So when it comes to the laning phase itself, I feel like both of these mids aren't too particularly interested in trying to interact with each other too much. I say that a lot because Moswall on this Yenis is just going to be hitting the wave, being mobile, and farming. Daniel won't really have a chance to bully him out too much. What I really feel like the benefit of this Anubis pick lies with Scream, of all people. If the Suku tries to engage on top of this Anubis, he's got Aegis and he's got a lot of damage. He can just throw at his feet and say, listen, man, you're not messing with me and I'm not messing with you. Go away, right? Give me my space. And I feel like Anubis brings a degree of safety there.
That's true. That's a really good point. Yeah, because like even though he doesn't have, you know, the dashes and leaps that all the other gods have, Anubis has like safety of his own just through survivability alone. And let's see if maybe Yarkor survives this gank coming in from Scream. Looks like he's going to dash out and be a-okay. A lot of just showing face so far. Not a whole lot of damage coming through. Still some pretty healthy health bars across the board for both teams, but a lot of showing face. Both teams want to come out on top as far as early aggression goes. But tell me where our first blood potential lies. Maybe is it here in middle? The Scream finds a stun, running around at about half health, and a good 160 from Mosball, and running around at about 100 health, but he's going to go back to base. Maybe we see more first blood potential here in middle?
I'm definitely looking at level 5s for our mid laners and for our junglers especially. Smite 2 Bad Boys, I feel their early game is going to be a little bit stronger. Whoa, unless the blink in!
Scream does get knocked up by running around, and where is he going to go, though? Scream has a tendency to just kind of walk into the enemy jungle, and sometimes he pays for it, sometimes he doesn't. Let's see what the price is today. Looks like a teleport from Mosball. Great utility there. Love to see that. The stun doesn't connect on Scream, so he's going to walk back to his zone jungle scotch-free and not lose too much, but did find a bit of farm to take away from Sanford Soccer.
I don't hate the blink there from Sam either, because in these early couple minutes of the game, how many times you're actually going to look for a blink engage? If you see an opportunity, you know that Sot's in the area, maybe you catch him out, right? The cooldown is reduced when you blink in and then get damage off. So as long as you're using it aggressively, you're going to have the leg up. So a lot of people might look at that and say, well, that was kind of pointless. Well, you're kind of putting some pressure on him and keeping him nice and afraid to be in your jungle.
Wait a minute, we might find some lockdown here. Running around might have been off a tad bit more than he could chew. The bludgeon from John Rowing does big damage, and Scream finds the final touch of death. That's first blood going to the Smite 2 Bad Boys.
And even as we talk about how running around is showing face in his own jungle, you have to remember with this Pele pick, you have Blink, so you don't have Beads or Aegis. It's kind of scary to be caught out in the middle of things. Meanwhile, in dual lane, a pluck and a Beads pulled from Agni.
The Beads is just a tad too late, and Daniel going for the death gaze, but enough damage didn't find Donut Doug. He's going to dash back and find safety in his own jungle and head back to base to heal up for just a bit. But man, that pluck was really good from Yarkor. Kind of sucks that the damage wasn't there to follow up.
There's been a lot of scuffling all across the map here, be it in the left side, the solo side, jungler lanes. These teams are definitely not afraid to get into it with each other, just constantly asking questions of what are you going to do if I just run at you, right? Because it's a scary thing, because if you let yourself get walked over even once, the other team is just going to constantly go for that angle of, if they're not going to contest us, we're just going to take whatever it is that we desire. There's the Scylla ultimate there from Aurora. I mean, he hits it, but I don't think it starts anything for him.
it's just poke damage. But what kind of sucks there is that, like, he made himself available. Wait a minute, fight happening in mid lane. Old South from Scream, and look at the damage from Mozball in follow-up. Oh my god, Daniel might be dead here, because around the corner, Scream yet again, looking to find the final touch of death, but Mozball finds a great teleport, and oh my god, the damage on Sam for Soccer is overwhelming, but Scream is still here. But here comes Sot from solo lane, moving his way over, and a great driving strike will take him down. 2 bodies found dead in the left side jungle. Smite 2 bad boys lose a few, and Fonzo fam find their footing.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm actually, like, I'm in Cloud9 right now. What a crazy rotation from Solo Troll. What a crazy use of Blink from Sam for Soccer. Blinks past the unstable vortex, then turns around to go back on the engage. Like, it's kind of ridiculous what Fonzo fam is cooking right now.
They have a lot in the kitchen right now, a lot going, and they might be down just a tad. They are down 500 gold, but that's nothing right now, really. Even in this early game phase, I mean, that could be turned around by a Gold Fury, by a Queen Naga, just a couple camps. If Fonzo fam can try to remain in control of the map, it's nothing crazy that Fonzo fam can't overcome. But maybe this is a bit of a position that they're not exactly used to, because last game they came out swinging. Fonzo fam remained in control of the game from the get-go and didn't lose. I mean, maybe a couple kills here and there, but for the most part, they remained in control of the entire map, is what the theory was last game. But Fonzo fam not exactly on the same page this time around, because the early game from Smite 2 Bad Boys looks pretty promising in my opinion.
But the flip side of that coin there, Mort, is I feel like Fonzo fam's late game is especially dastardly. Like, it is dangerous to think about. There's a lot of forward tilt engage from Fonzo fam, and not even like true late game, but like that middle to late game stage, right? Where you can pluck as a Sobek and maybe not immediately die, is where I'm thinking they really start to shine. Think about it. Yar Core and Sam for Soccer go for the engage. You've got Solo or Troll as Hercules that can hang out and, you know, walk up there and pull beats. It almost looks to me very similar to a dive comp, right? Hercules is going to walk up, pull resources, be tanky, force options away from people. That opens up an opportunity for Yarkor to then walk up and maybe look for a pluck, look for an engage, and then Pele swoops in for all the damage.
3 bodies of Fonzo near middle lane, looking for some potential kills on Smite 2 Bad Boys, but they're walking away from the tier 1 tower. They're actually making their way over left side. Great beads away from Mozball. Will get away the knockup from running around. Doesn't want to get knocked up and take it down. Maybe a pluck around the way, but Queen Naga getting prioritized by Fonzo. Scream walks forward, though, as the Naga is sitting at a pretty good amount of health there. It still isn't getting chipped away. And oh my god, Mozball. Mozball damage massive. Look around the corner. Might find more. Fear No Evil's out, and Donut Doug takes down Daniel. Oh my god, the damage isn't done just yet. Aurora diving into the tower and looking for Yarkor, but not able to find a kill there. Instead, we'll find a kill on Queen Naga, and maybe Gold Fury will be next. But Fine OK is aware, Fine OK knows, but what can Fine OK do all by himself? I don't know if he can test this all alone, as looks like my 2 bad boys try and back him off, and they don't go for Gold Fury after all. That's probably the smarter move, because they did find Queen Naga. They found a couple kills. Things look good for my 2 bad boys.
It's kind of crazy how often these solo laners are rotating out of their lane. First it was Solo or Troll who shows up to look for, you know, the gank and find a couple of kills. Now John Rowing joins the party with a great Eagles rally that definitely helps keep Fonzo fan locked down long enough for Smite 2 Bad Boys to find that last bit of damage that they need. Unfortunate for the Bad Boys, they weren't able to find a Gold Fury off of it, but they're still establishing presence and keeping Fonzo fam in check, making sure that they can't get away with too much shenanigans. Just trying to stop them from reaching that late game stride so that they can prevent getting absolutely jumped on by the Pele Sobek Hercules combo.
8.5 minutes to be exact in this game. 3K gold lead for Smite 2 Bad Boys, and they're up 1 kill. It's not a massive lead. The snowball isn't massive, but it's starting to form for Smite 2 Bad Boys. They might have found a way to take down Fonzo fam, and that's by bringing the fight to them. I mean, it looks like Fonzo fam are trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew with certain opportunities, like that Queen Naga fight that we just saw. But yeah, it looks like Smite 2 Bad Boys just seem to have an answer for every question that Fonzo fam throws at them. Gold Fury is getting taken down by Smite 2 Bad Boys. Aurora by himself in left side. And look at Pele. Pele's here. 1,500 health on the Gold Fury, down to 1,000. The X-Ball ults out.
Look at that damage.
dashing in with the volcanic brush. Wait a minute, Fonzo fan pick up the Gold Fury, and looks like they're going to take it away as well. Yarkor secures it. Great steal away from Fonzo fan, but my two bad boys find one kill. Can they find another with the I'm a Monster? Looks like they will. Daniel does massive damage, but Aurora is able to take him down before he finds another kill. In goes Scream. Can he find another kill with the two dead bodies already from Fonzo Fam? I don't know if he's going to be able to. Looks like Fonzo Fam found safety under those towers near Duo, but they were able to find a Gold Fury on top of that. Fonzo might not have looked like they won that, but I think the Gold Fury token's worth it.
Honestly, being able to get out of the base 50% faster is a huge boon to Fonzo fam, just being able to get back to their lanes and their farm. But we got to talk a little bit about the amount of damage that Sanford Soccer was able to do at the beginning of that fight. Running around was just doing so much and almost picked off Donut Doug. Unfortunately, the peel from Smite 2 Bad Boys came in clutch, and the dash away from Donut Doug 2, able to keep himself safe, keep that sliver of health on. But because Smite 2 Bad Boys invested so much in keeping this Pele away from them, that did open the opportunity for Fonzo fam to take away the gold. And then again, this Scylla support does so much for any team that's able to properly utilize it. The Crush was doing a lot of damage in terms of being able to shred away protections, that slow field as well, and you have that long range cripple root. Aurora is in their bag with the Scylla pick. Smite 2 Bad Boys, they have been looking really good against Fonzo fam, who were looking crazy good in the last game.
Ults out for solo patrol. Excavate finds a knockup on John Rowing, but the tower will give him safety because Fonzo fam don't want to dive in on this right side. Speaking of dive in, Aurora's on the left and maybe looking for some setup, but there's no follow-up on the left, so looks like if there's any kill potential, it's on right side from Fonzo, but no tower dive found just yet. John Rowing is fairly self-sufficient. I don't think that they're going to just take him down with these. It's going to take a very good fight, and John Rowing's looking to give it to him, but hiding under tower for now. No real kill potential across the board. Musi, I mean, is there anything that really stands out to you so far?
I mean, I've been taking a look at some of the builds we've seen so far. Whoa, the Sobek's taking a healthy chunk of damage. Our core underneath those lurking waters is able to make their getaway, but look at this rotation in from Moswall.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe a good snipe could take him down. I don't know if he wants to invest in that, though, because that'd be a hard snipe to find, but it has happened before. Donut Doug dashes in, looking to stop the back from Fonzo fam, with the fight happening in middle lane. Looks like Scream might have been off a tad bit more than he can chew. The Death Gaze does find massive damage, and wait a minute, Scream hits a huge ult and turns the tides of the battle, and down goes running around, and Daniel might be next. Big damage from Moswall, but a good stun and a slow will make sure Moswall can't find too much damage without taking a bit of his own, but Scream is still here, so was Moswall, and Daniel's down to a couple hundred health. Meanwhile, fight happening in left side. Aurora takes down Yarkor with I'm a Monster, and Fino retreating back to the tier 2 because the tier 1's down.
So you were asking me a little bit what's sticking out to me so far. I mentioned items, Mort, and I'm really looking at Scream's build. You have that Crusher, Jotun's Revenge combo, and that's working in tandem with Moswald's build, the Chronos Pen and Gemma Focus. So many cooldowns up so often make Moswald and Scream a terror to run into because they are constantly fighting with their constantly available cooldowns. Smite 2 Bad Boys are able to find an Order side Naga for their troubles, but now Aurora starts harassing Jabal. They're going to be okay. So, like I was saying before, Moswall is just doing a ridiculous amount of damage, and same do with Scream, but look at the twin evil eyes from Moswall. They're immediately jumping towards that Ratatouille. The power spike for Smite 2 Bad Boys is going to hitch up the damage by a huge margin once that's finished.
Yeah, I think that's probably the move. I mean, I really love what he's going for there. Moswall is just going to be hidden throughout this game, dude. I really do think that we put a lot of pressure on Moswall. If we're Fonzo fam to maybe take down arguably the biggest damage dealer on their side right now. I know it might not look like it on the damage chart, but when he does hit those abilities, they hit really hard. And he hasn't hit his power spike yet. He hasn't even hit the end. So the fact that he's doing as much as he has with just these little bursts in recent time, he doesn't have a Staff of Mirrodin. He doesn't have nearly as much ready yet. So I do love what he's going for here, as it looks like Smite 2 Bad Boys use Moswall's ult to make their way towards Gold Fury in a very, very short amount of time, but the call wasn't communicated along the rest of the team, so he's taking it down by himself, though, but he's sticking to it. Here comes Scream, though. Now they're really taking down Gold Fury with the help of Donut Doug, but Pyromancer is taken down by Fonzo fam. 4 members exactly are over there, and Fino by himself farming on left side, but the Gold Fury will go to Smite 2 Bad Boys. Eye for an eye on the objectives.
bit of a tit-for-tat action there, but Smite 2 Bad Boys ultimately, I think, are going to feel a little bit better about it, so they deny Fonzo Fam that second pip of the gold free and earn themselves one, so now everybody's getting out of the base a little bit faster, and Fonzo Fam won't have buffed minions whenever they try to push here. Taking a look at some of the builds that we see across for Fonzo Fam, any power spikes there, a lot of lifesteal, and a Mike Typhon available for Daniel there, that Typhon's Heart, so keep an eye out for the Translucent Chimera. Always interesting to see what the little Mike Typhon minion can get into. Mostly they just get into trouble.
Speaking of getting into trouble, here comes John Rowing, who does get plucked away by Yarkor, but looking to fight with his own damage. The bludgeon does massive stuff. Eagles rallying in response, forces away the lurking in the waters, and the global does huge damage as well. Bosball is huge with this damage. The global damage is nuts. Look at the snipes that he's been hitting this game are huge, but John Rowing not stopping the fight there. Daniel uses the death gaze to try and fight his way out of this tower dive, and it looks like he does a good job of defending himself, as the tier 1 will become the priority now for Smite 2 Bad Boys, and Fonzo Fam can't seem to find a way to defend that. But on left side, a great fight happening between Fino and Donut Doug. Both are going to walk away with just a tad bit of health left on their health bars. Man, this game has been loaded with fights. It might not look like it on the kill board, but I think it's been just so fun, dude.
It's been a constant scuffle. Donut Doug's about to find himself in one as well. Running around, goes in with the blink, and there's the ultimate, lands the damage on, and down goes Donut Doug. But meanwhile in the mid lane, it's going to be Scream who's caught out too.
But I don't think Fonzo Fam are going to pursue this. Maybe with a stun. There we go. The stun from Daniel will make sure that he dies. Big. The Scream dives back in with an ult of his own, and here comes the reinforcements from Smite 2 Bad Boys. Ooh. But the Excavate will stop Scream from going anywhere except to his grave. Oswald finds a kill in response, though. I'm a monster, but doesn't do too much damage. John Rowing fighting with everything he has, but Sot's going to drive him into a wall with a driving strike. Double kill for Sot, looking for a triple, but teleporting over the wall is Aurora, who does not want to die next to his friends as he walks away and looks to survive with the little bit of resource he has left. That's a-okay, but in goes Sot trying to steal some camps away. Aurora might be looking to take him down because that Yogi's Necklace is doing big numbers on his health bar, healing away a whole lot. So Aurora feels comfortable yet again. Dude, what the heck? He just gained half his health. That's crazy.
Shoutouts to Yogi's Necklace, and shoutouts to the little green orb that you're able to pick up in those jungles to a sneaky amount of healing. And Aurora, I don't really think Aurora's dying anytime soon until we get a Totem of Death online for Anubis. Sot maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew here, is taking quite a bit.
Donut Doug does massive damage, and Aurora looking for the final touch of death with the I'm a Monster. Looks like Donut Doug's going to dash in, but around the corners, Daniel with the death gaze looking to push away, and here comes Mike Typhon looking to fight off the rest of the Smite 2 Bad Boys, but that dog can't bite too hard. That's a huge shutdown from Donut Doug, but running around, turns it back on his head. Oh. Massive damage from Moswell. Running around is dead. Aurora finds the final touch of death. That's huge for Smite 2 Bad Boys as they take down two prominent members of the Fonzo Fam. Yarkor with his tail between his legs, his big crocodile tail between his tiny little legs, tries to run away. Aurora looking for a lockdown but can't find a stun. Smite 2 Bad Boys might make their way towards Pyro.
I mean, it's just like you said, constant scuffling everywhere, but Smite 2 Bad Boys have been able to find more than a couple objectives here as they kind of turn their attentions over to that Pyromancer. Fonzo Fam have an opportunity to maybe turn this off. It's a sunder in 10 seconds for Yarkor.
And it's not even needed. Moswell takes down that Pyro with ease, and Fonzo Fam couldn't find a way to contest it. And it looks like they're just finding little tidbits of objective here and there, tiny little things as they progress through this game. Just whatever they could seem to get their hands on is the move. And Smite 2 Bad Boys still on top at the 18-minute mark. Fonzo Fam down 4 kills and 8K, 6K gold. It's looking good for them indeed. But how did Fonzo Fam find their way back into this game?
I mean, we're just waiting for some power spikes, I think, for Fonzo Fam. We need some penetration for our damage carries. Daniel needs that Totem of Death. Maybe find this Yanis Excavate, lands on, but the portal, Moswell's out of there. Now I'm a monster from Scylla.
Ooh, good stuff there from Moswell, able to get himself to safety, and the rest of Smite 2 Bad Boys there to defend the middle lane turret. And Fonzo Fam now on the back foot because they know they can't find kills. Maybe they can find objectives, though, because Gold Fury is ready. John Rowing's on the right side, and Fonzo Fam have all 5 up and available. Maybe that Gold Fury could be the move, but not so sure they feel confident they can take it away in front of Smite 2 Bad Boys.
Yeah, it's just not something that you want to mess with. You poke the bear, you get the claws, and Smite 2 Bad Boys are going to have the tempo in this game. It's in their favor, which is kind of a tough spot for Fonzo Fam to be in because they want to be the aggressors with the way that their team comp is structured. You want to give an opportunity for running around to get in and get their damage off. Same deal with Solar Patrol or Yarkor, who at this stage, if they go for a pluck, it's almost certain death for the Sobek until they get a little bit more tankiness online for themselves. A Hide and Anemia would go great for them because if you're going to be in there, you might as well be soaking up some damage. And oh my god, why is the Mike Typhon so big? Did you see that? You saw that, right?
He's going to be the size of Yorm, I mean, here in a moment.
They grow up so fast. I don't understand. Dude,
That's
look
so
at him.
funny,
That's a pluck.
That's a massive pluck away, and down goes Mike Typhon chasing him down. A roller on the back foot. John Rowing diving in, but the rest of Smite 2 Bad Boys not exactly ready for this fight. That isn't going to stop John Rowing from Eagles rallying in. Excavates out from Sot, looking to stop the back line for Smite 2 Bad Boys diving in. Donut Doug doing a whole lot of damage to Sot, but the driving strike might give him safety. I'm a Monster's out. It does massive damage, but doesn't connect with everybody. John Rowing finds a kill. Soda Scream and Moswall, 3 bodies dead for Fonzo Fam. Aurora makes it 4. Running around is dead as well. Yarkor, the only one alive for the Fonzo family, but family ties die here. That's a deicide for Smite 2 Bad Boys as they make their way towards the mighty fire giant.
I mean, Fonzo Fam just got completely pieced up there. You had Daniel in the back fighting off not only Scream, but Moswell as well, doing a ridiculous amount of damage. And while you have the tanks of Fonzo Fam getting up and getting busy, all your damage is in the back, and they're suffering, man. It felt like there were 2 separate fights happening, and Fonzo Fam was losing both of them, right? Yeah, you gotta pluck off. Yarkor finds a roar, but plucking Ascilla is not going to do anything for you. She's just going to either sentry away or she wants to be on top of you. You have to be able to find those plucks, the targets that you need in order to get that ball rolling. 5 people dead, a fire giant for Smite 2 Bad Boys now as they clean that up for themselves. It's going to be a scary push against Fonzo Fam. They just got to think about that fight differently. You cannot let your team get pieced apart like that.
So you say they need to think about that fight differently. What do they do to change the ties of that fight? Do they continue to group up like they have been? Do they want to go back to farming and maybe get a little more gold under their belts? What's their next move if Fonzo Fam want to come out on top of this game?
Honestly, it really just starts with not plucking a roar. Like, if you find a pluck, it can't be the Scylla, because again, we don't have the penetration online, Mort. Anubis doesn't have any. The Pele doesn't really, I mean, yeah, you have an Oathsworn Spear, but that's peanuts compared to what you actually need. A Shivalanke doesn't have theirs online. There's no way to deal with the tankiness. So trying to chew through Aurora's health bar of all the characters in the game, that is a fool's gambit, and it's not going to pan out for you. You have to see, maybe just save the pluck for appeal at this point. It's a gold fury for Smite 2 Bad Boys, as they have that as well. But you also got to think about, you can't leave Daniel out there by themselves, out there in no man's land, dealing with a Suki and a Yanis too. Yeah, unfortunately, Fonzo Fam's team comp wants to engage, but now you're thinking about the counter engage.
Smite 2 Bad Boys just picked up a Fire Giant, a Gold Fury, a Pyromancer, and a Queen Naga, the quadfecta of objectives in the past minute. They are getting everything they want on this map, and Fonzo Fam can't find a way to stop them. Aurora just got caught out, but he might just be playing distraction. That's kind of what Aurora's doing that. Spirited Book told me that a couple weeks ago, and I've kind of had that in my head ever since. That Aurora's kind of like the look at me support while the rest of my team does things, and look what they're doing. They split push on left side. They take down that tier 2 tower. It's dead in the blink of an eye, and now Fonzo Fam are aware, oh crap, we just lost a tower. Now we need to do something about it. As driving strikes out, and Aurora, yet again, safe, just fine. I can teleport, and I've got Yogis. I don't even care about your damage because it heals away in like a minute, not even 30 seconds.
Hey, you got Fire Giant there as well. Like, Aurora's not the target here. Not really who you want to be looking at all. It's that look at me. Yeah, that's a great way to put it from Spirited Book. The look at me support. I'm pocketing that forever. And look at them, 0 deaths as well, right? So it's almost just never happening. And Smite 2 Bad Boys, they don't have to play the game of, we're going to take you 5v5, we're going to play you, we're going to fight you. It's literally, we're going to slowly strip away the map of towers, of objectives, of gold, starve out Fonzo Fam of farming. Look at the gold differential there. It's already functioning. Like, this makes it so that Fonzo Fam never get a chance to get online. And if you're Fonzo Fam, it's just penetration. Daniel finishes up that Totem of Death, but you gotta hope that it's not too little too late. We gotta get that Titan's Bane for running around, a Titan's Bane for Final K. It has to happen, because if it doesn't, John Rowing and Aurora are going to run this game.
The dagger's out. Donut Doug does massive damage. Boswell takes down Sot. Donut Doug finds the Arcor. Fonzo fam have lost 2 bodies, and the third might be down. There goes Daniel. In goes Scream. In goes the rest of Smite 2 bad boys. Scream takes down Fino. Running around is dead. And in the blink of an eye, what looked like a catch out from Fonzo fam are going to be ending this game. Smite 2 bad boys, all 5, march their way towards the Titan for Fonzo fam, and the family is dead. The bloodline is extinct, and Smite 2 bad boys make their way towards the end of the bracket.
I mean, Scream just fits so well into the Smite 2 Bad Boys team, and it just plays really well around Moswall. It was really, to me at least, it was the Moswall, Scream, and Aurora combination that really just won the day for Smite 2 Bad Boys here. They were looking so good as a unit.
Well, let's see who will win the rest of the day as we move on down the bracket, but we're going to take a quick break. Before we do so, do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're live on Smite Prime and Smite Game with week 1 of the October circuit. My name's Morty. I'm here with Uzi. How we feeling today?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm out here. It's time for Smite Prime, and not only any old Smite Prime, Morty, it's the finals that we got going on here. I'm the man behind the shadow. There we are. Am I over here? It's some of the replays we got going here. Smite 2 Bad Boys and Fonzo fam. Fonzo looks so good in that last game, more, but in this one, it did feel like Smite 2 Bad Boys giving him kind of the runaround here. And I think this fight is a good example of what we could expect from Smite 2 Bad Boys. A roar on the Scylla pick. You just can't give it to him, man. It's just so powerful in the hands of that player.
Yeah, that was very good indeed. It felt super back and forth, too. I mean, even though Smite 2 Bad Boys remained in control, Fonzo fan found a couple kills here and there, but yeah, Smite 2 Bad Boys just put on a hell of a clinic.
It was kind of ridiculous what they were able to pull out. They put a stop to what, in my eyes, would have been the game plan from Fonzo Fam. Fonzo Fam never got to be the aggressors in the sense where they never got to start a 5v5 on their terms. And if they did, when they did, the one time it happened, Yarkor plucked a roar. And it's like, what? Oh, nah, what are we doing? Right? It's just not what you need to make happen. And while Mike Typhon was fun to see on the battlefield, it's a neat gimmick, but no penetration for the Anubis really ended up hurting because Aurora and John Rowing were able to just walk through all the damage like it was no big deal.
I think that Fino's finally starting to catch the amount of effort that it'll take to transition roles like that, because earlier parts of the bracket he was facing some good carries for sure, but this is the Donut Doug that he's up against in this game, and I felt like he felt the pressure throughout this game, because look at Fino's ending score, 0-0. That's nothing to be proud of, and I understand it because he's moving from solo lane, arguably the tankiest role, to carry, where you have to be so precautious. You have to be so careful about where you stand, what you do, and every decision you make lies with heavy impact. So yeah, I mean, he might have messed up a couple times, and that's just how it goes. I think he just needs a little more practice under that carry role, and he'll be just fine. But for now, he's going to be knocked out. Smite 2 Bad Boys make their way to the finals, but let's see how we got here on the bracket.
It was a journey to be sure. But I am also excited to see how that other match went. We get a chance to get our eyes on top of that bracket. It was the Empire that came out on top over Strength of Wood, so we get to see Smite 2 Bad Boys versus the Empire, while third place, Fonzo Fam and Strength of Wood are going to duke it out there. I'll be actually really interested to see how that goes, because Strength of Wood has been one of those teams that we saw once on the big screen. They look pretty good, and they've been kind of in the background for us, haven't had too much time in the limelight, but I think especially without the big teams like Clocked In and Donzi, it really gives an opportunity for, I'm gonna say runner-up teams, but that's not quite the impression that I want to give. Like, the teams that have been in the background are now gonna have a big chance to step up. And if we want to talk about that power vacuum that's left behind, Smite 2 Bad Boys are right up in there to take that space, and the Empire could be the runner-up there too. So we have a banger set on our hands.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. And it sucks that Fonzo Fam couldn't make it this far, because I really was hoping to see, like, it would be wild to see these three players returning to make their way back to this game, right? Like, it would be so cool to see, like, how they are impacted, especially when, a brand new thing that we are now bringing back is vault bans, and to see how these players returning back into the game would handle vault bans. And here's a good explanation of it in case you're curious.
So, in a best of 3 set, once a god is played, that god is locked away in the vault. Or give me the vault, the way that you do disease, real quick.
The vault.
Nice. And cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. So, example here, posted on the screen, if somebody plays Thor in game 1, neither team can use Thor in games 2 or 3. So it is a true lockout, right? Once you play him, That's it. That's the one and done. The one time for the one time. And if it goes all the way to the 3-time, picks are going to be slimmed down pretty significantly. And this has some pretty significant implications in terms of what's going to be the priorities going forward. So I'm especially curious to see how players kind of juggle this, knowing that when you are first picking that Tsukiyomi, you're really going for the late pick Odin or Giannis. That's the only time. You only get it for that one play.
Yeah, maybe if we go to game 3, we'll see a Medusa again. Who knows? Maybe we'll see again.
Who knows?
Or a Khepri. We might see Khepri on SMITE Prime should we go to game 3. There's so many picks that have been just sitting back and waiting for their time to shine, and the Vault bans might bring those picks to light, especially if we go to game 3. But what happens there, we'll only find out as the day goes on, and it all goes down to how picks and bans go, right? Because are you wanting to cash in on these heavy priority picks earlier on, or do you want to save those for later in case, you make it to game 2 or 3? That being said, let's get our way in, stop theorizing, and make it happen in real life.
That's just a theory, a SMITE theory. Thanks for watching. And, to build on your point, Mort, about when you want to pick things, you have to remember that it's anybody picks it, it's kind of gone, right? Like, right. You can't have it. Yeah, so how badly do you want to take away a pick from either team? SMITE 2 bad boys are absolutely going to be gunning for an Aladdin as like their easy game victory, but how many junglers is Scream going to have in the pocket? All of them. So, you have to kind of think about, when is your ace in the hole, knowing that you also deny others their own ace in the hole. I think it's going to shake up some of the bans we see here too, as everybody's just going to be a little bit more comfortable ripping for some of those stronger gods.
As Uller is our first ban, and Artemis will follow as well. Yeah, and you got to think, also keep in mind, folks, that if a god is banned in this game right now, like, for example, Uller and Artemis are banned, they can still be picked or banned in game 2. It's only the gods that are played, not the gods that are banned. So these bans are temporary for the set, while Vault bans will remain permanent for the entire set. Keep that in mind.
Yep. So thinking about, what are you willing to commit to some of these banned slots versus what are you willing to let through so that you don't maybe have to deal with it later? If you have a good answer to something like, the Mercuries, the Aladdins, or even something like a Jabal, a Hou Yi, if you have the answer in pocket, give that over to the enemy team and then just wipe it off your shoulder. You ain't got to stress about it too much, but I'm thinking about picks like Bellona, Sun Wukong, Agni are going to be picks that are almost always slipping through. You only get to have that for the one time. So there are a lot of implications here, but if you're SMITE 2 bad boys, you're saying no hunters at all. And that Agni that slips through is not going to have the chance this go around.
And Apollo getting banned away, that's an unusual one. So I see that one of these teams is going to be picking up Hou Yi. I'm almost certain of that. Cupid has made his way through as well. But other than that, and Scylla, of course, it's nothing but hunters that have been banned away. These carries, Hydro and Donut Doug. These are the creme de la creme, the top of the food chain. We talked about the food chain earlier in this. If we're talking about the SMITE 2 players food chain, I'm putting Hydro at like the tippity top, especially like Jingwei Hydro or even like Agni. Aspect of combustion hydro. Like there's like 8 different hydros that all sit like in like a kingdom of the food chain, while Aladdin will be the first pick going towards, I'm assuming, Scream. That's a huge pick going forward.
Empire wants that pick out of the way now so that they don't have to worry about it going forward. If you can answer this Aladdin pick from Scream with a game 1 victory, Empire has significantly less to worry about going into the later game. So they're going to have their next heavy hitter, the Yanis pick up there. That's going to be going to Globe. We saw Globe making pretty good use of that Yanis before. From what we've seen today, now that Yanis is no longer banned, he just does so much damage. He's so mobile around the map. So obviously a very good pickup for Empire.
Giannis and X-Ball on the side of the Empire. I'm assuming Globe is going to get his hands on that X-Ball. Or wait a minute, I guess Janice is here, so I mean he's gonna have to go towards Globe, and X-Ball goes towards Hydro. And with or without Aspect, X-Ball is really good. I know we've harped on before, you, especially you, have talked about how strong that X-Ball Aspect is of the Night Stalker. But even without it, X-Ball is a completely good carry. He's completely fine, does a whole lot of damage, a whole lot of range. X-Ball has everything he had to offer in Smite 1 and more now that he's here in Smite 2. And this is our first time watching him, keep in mind. So he's definitely left a pretty awesome impression on us because he's been picked and banned in every single game so far.
Then you also have this Wukong coming in for Smite 2 Bad Boys and a Fenrir. Is that for a Roar? I kind of like these picks. Obviously, Wukong for John Rowing is going to do quite a bit, and also being able to take that away for the rest of the games. It's just, like I said, pick up the Broken Gods. Pick up all your S tiers, all your A tiers. Just start funneling them in now so we can really start getting to the down and dirty of Mulan, Khepris finally making it into my Smite Prime games. What this Fender is going to be able to bring to the table, especially with the change that they made to the seating hell for the aspect, a little bit more lifesteal for everybody, works very well, I think, especially when Sun Wukong's standing next to them. The Lash, the Devos, and the Umbra Link build just really augments the damage there. So they're going to be a terrifying duo to run into.
This is a crazy comp. Achilles and Herc. Tegveer gets his hands on Achilles. Karmic's playing Herc. That's always fun. He's an excellent Herc player. X-Ball. Okay. I like how I talked crap about Medusa earlier. Like, maybe we'll see a Medusa this time. Crazy. She's picked up. Oh, my God. Nah. Okay.
Denied.
Okay, so we're playing Rama in game 1. I guess Donut Doug is just reaching for anything this time. Huyi is open. Huyi, you can just play him right now if you want to. I guess we're not. Cupid's open as well. There's I know we're kind of picking his scraps right now because Carrie's got banned away, a good amount of them. But dude, what Rama over Cupid or Huyi? What are we doing here?
I mean, there are. If you hold on to the Ho Yi, maybe you can have it for game 2 and prio pick it then. And you kind of want to hold on to Cupid in case somebody else picks the Ho Yi. Those Fields of Love, I think, is a very handy tool. And the Artemis has been banned away as long as 4 other hunters, so it's just kind of a tough position to be in. We got 2 Sun Wukongs. I think that's an interesting pick, just because it should be technically impossible, but Empire, they're playing a different game here, I feel. So they're going to be sitting with that team comp, which is going to do quite a bit in terms of confusing Smite 2 Bad Boys. The Wukong mirror match, definitely, I don't want to call it boring by any means, but if you got 2 sub Wukongs, Cudgeling and Master's Willing, it's just, that gets a little bit repetitive, but we can kind of shift our focus over there because I guarantee you that's not what that's supposed to be.
We are ready for a game is what I'm hearing, but we do have some subs that have made their way in. We'll see exactly who as we dive on in. Musi, ready your thinking brain because it's about to be steaming.
Oh! It's Rat Milk! It's Rat Milk! Rat Milk! Oh, Rat Milk, my beloved, is here. Shoutouts to the GOAT. Oh my goodness. Oh, this Empire team looks kind of insane. I got Rat Milk there instead. Okay, so it is going to be a Hunbots instead of the Wukong that we saw locked in there. So that makes sense. Taking a quick look at the relics, everything is kind of as you would expect. A lot of, beads. You got a Sunder out there. Double Sundering up for John Rowing for the Sun Wukong. Now, touching on it quickly, when it comes to Wukong, I'm a big fan of Aegis on Wukong because it buys you a little bit of extra survivability. For John Rowing to have Sunder, he's definitely going to be going that lifesteal build. He has to. Otherwise, he's just going to be blown up really quickly and caught out. So positioning is going to be especially important for the Wukong.
Musi, it's Rat Bats.
I know. It's my GOAT. I'm so pumped.
My GOAT Rat Bats is here playing Smite Prime. Fino, Yarkor, Sanford Soccer, and Rat Milk have all come back in the same day. Dude, what is this?
It's a big day for fanboys.
Donut Doug, look, this has been a big day for fanboys across the globe for Smite 2. And I'm not talking about Globe for Food Drive. This is so crazy, dude. I'm having such a good time today.
It's pretty baller, and we've only got more. This is only game 1 of the best of 3, Mort, and already talking a bit about some of the picks that we see across the board. Not a lot to be said about mid solo jungle matchups. It's the duo where my attention is focused on, because you have Tagveer as Achilles support.
Wait a minute, Aurora dives in, brutalized, slowing down Hydro. A couple basics from Donut Doug will make sure the damage is dealt. That's first blood from SMITE 2 Bad Boys, and that Achilles support, maybe not as promising as the Empire might have thought as far as early pressure goes.
Well, it's going to be interesting too, because you have Tagveer, who's usually your jungler, right? So he has that rotation mindset, but oh my gosh, his Scream dead.
Rat Milk, no. So, okay, Scream is able to run up the wall and do Aladdin things, just classic Aladdin, but it's Rat Bats. He's back, and he almost killed Scream. He almost soloed Scream a minute and a half into this game. It's my beloved Rat Bats. I love him so much.
It's super cool to see all these names show up, but I'm still a little bit nervous about Tagveer over in that support lane. I mean, yeah. I really did feel like for the Empire, Happen was doing so much for that team. To have Tagveer there instead could point to a couple signs of weaknesses that SMITE 2 Bad Boys could try to exploit. But in that same sense, when you put Tagveer on the Achilles, the game plan doesn't change too much. It's just how you go about it, right? You're still looking for executes. You're still trying to get in there and be annoying with a ridiculous amount of damage. Now you just kind of live forever. You keep the armor on, and you're constantly looking for engagements.
Constantly looking for engages, constantly looking for a way to make these fights happen for your team. Hydro is playing X-Ball, so the damage isn't huge right now, but it will be later on. Speaking of huge damage, what happens here in solo? Not so sure. Karmic finds a driving strike and does massive damage to John Rowing, but Scream around the corner, helping with a bit of damage of his own, will let John Rowing find a kill on top of Karmic. That's big indeed.
And when it comes to the Herc v Wukong matchup, Wukong already has a bit of a leg up over the Hercules, just because his clear is a little bit safer, and he has good answers to the driving strike pluck combo, especially when he has that, you know, somersault cloud, the ultimate to be able to pop up into the air. So Karmic's is just going to have an uphill battle here.
Big teleport. Going to force the beads away from Scream, and in goes John Rowing. Globe having to use the ult here, looking to do some massive damage and find a way out of this. Rat Milk takes down John Rowing, though, but the fight continues to unfold by these Firebrands. Scream has 150 health to his name. He's got all his wishes, though, but looks like Rat Milk isn't giving up here. He really wants this kill, but he's not committing a whole lot to it just yet. He's waiting around the wall, because look at Karmic rotating in. Scream low on mana, low on health as well. And in goes Ratmel looking for an overhead smash, and down goes Scream. Great way to bide your time and find that kill out of nowhere, but not looking for any type of fight afterwards. Moswall chasing down a Rat Milk. It looks like the Fear No Evil's out, and Moswall gets beaten down by a massive boulder. Moswall is dead, and Karmic just saved Rat Milk's life. That's massive indeed.
Rat Milk hits level 5 off of the kill on top of Scream, which is significant in its own right. And Moswall, when they try to make that rotation over, it's actually super important. Rat Milk doesn't let the ult rip until they know the beads is down from Moswall. The beads was forced out by Karmic. Or Moswall was just trying to pre-beads the ultimate that never came. And then once those beads ran out, that pillar shows up. The Fear No Evil connects, and then it just absolutely peels for Rat Milk, who then gets the craziest monkey teleport of his life to get out into safety. Rat Milk is back here in full force, and now Dual Lane is under duress.
Rat Bats is here, and a fight continues by left side. Donut Doug is here, and maybe all by himself is Tagveer, who isn't tanky to handle all that pressure. Donut Doug finds another kill, and SMITE 2 Bad Boys have evened things out. 3 kills to 3 kills between both teams here at the 5-minute mark, and the gold lead lies in the hands of the Bad Boys for now. Let's see what the good boys, the Empire, can do going forward.
Lucerne and an axe for Tagveer. They're not building into protections. In fact, it's more damage. Gold Fury picked up.
1,000 health on that Gold Fury. Rat Milk's here, though, looking for a way to jump in. Looks like the overhead smashes out, and walking up as Hydro, looking for a steal here. Donut Doug finds the final basic to secure that Gold Fury, but the fight unfolds from there. Into the air is Donut Doug. Rat Milk finds a kill on Aurora, who might have been off a tad bit more than he could chew. Moswall taking down Rat Milk in the backside and flicker away to safety. That's a kill on each side, and a Gold Fury for the Bad Boys as they continue to drive up that gold lead.
This is a very aggressive pull on top of that Gold Fury. Luckily, Donut Dog had to confirm there. The Sunders were not popped from Aurora, so there's a degree of trust in the hands of SMITE 2 Bad Boys to be able to get that, as well as walking away with a couple of picks. So far, SMITE 2 Bad Boys have kind of been on a roll, and I do feel that Happen not being here is a little bit disruptive to the Empire. We don't have a real tank for them quite yet.
No real tanks so far. Look at Globe chasing down Scream in his own jungle. Globe continuing the chase, able to find a slow. The beads is forced out from Scream, and Karmic just a tad bit late on that rotation. Mozball is here, though, looking to make sure that Scream can get to his camp A-okay.
That wind sprite came just in time for Scream to be able to make it out there. But again, being able to have the confidence to go and chase after them. The Empire, even though they're kind of off kilter a bit here, as long as you've got that forward momentum, the desire to keep looking for aggressive ins, that's how you keep SMITE 2 Bad Boys on their toes. And Rat Milk is absolutely a facilitator to make that happen. 3-1 right now. You got the Oathsworn Spear up and running, really just keeping an eye on those Hunbots. Wherever they go, that's where the fight for the Empire is going to be. Thinking about when this next Gold Fury is going to be spawning, I really want to see the Empire just start huddling and crowding around it, because you want to be able to beat them to that punch. It does look like Tegvir, that Lucerne Axe, that was an Oathsworn Spear for them as well. So this Jibble is actually going to be hitting really hard. The Prots of SMITE 2 Bad Boys going to get shredded away.
And look at how Hydro's got Learny Bow online already, especially with melted prots to help out Hydro's damage. That could be the earliest game potential we've seen from an X-Ball in quite some time. As looks like Aurora's diving into the enemy jungle, looking to steal some camps away from Rat Milk, but an overhead smash might bash him on the head and tell him, "Get out of my camps, dude. What are you doing here?" Aurora still here, though. Scream walked over as well, looking to reinforce what Aurora's trying to get done, and that's still resources away from Rat Milk to make sure that he can't stay high on the mountaintop that he is, and that there's a slippery slope around the corner should you lose your footing.
Looks like there's going to be some arguing around those firebrands. One of them died. It seems that Karmic is forced out. The rest of SMITE 2 Bad Boys will be able to clean that out, but this does set the stage for an engagement.
Oh, that was an ult from Scream that didn't connect, so he might be paying the price for it. X-Ball ults out, and the fight unfolds by the Firebrands. Mozball over the wall doing massive damage with the ice. Wait a minute, Fear No Evil's out, but it doesn't connect. Aurora is able to dash out of there. Fatal Strike might hit Aurora. Yes, it does. And Tegvir is able to find one kill, and Mozball now on the back foot. Fatal Strike chasing down Mozball. Somersaults in. The Wind Sprite will make sure that Mozball has nowhere to go, but Mozball's got damage out the booty. Rat Milk is dead, but Mozball takes down Tegvir. Tegvir takes out Mozball. I'm sorry. Look at this damage that's coming in from the Empire. They're not out of this game nearly just yet. But Droning's in the air. The cudgel slams down hard, and Karmic is at the butt end of it. He's dead. John Rowing taken down by Globe, though, as Globe continues to press forward. And back to where we started this all. Globe chasing down Scream. Tegvir looking for, oh my God, he landed back down, and Tegvir is able to find another. Did Tegvir just find 3 kills in the enemy side jungle? This man is a monster.
I mean, sure, just because he got the support starter item does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that he is any less of a jungler in his heart. That dude is going crazy out there. What a crazy engagement, too, from the Empire. They slowly circle around SMITE 2 Bad Boys, collapsing on top of them, and Scream wasn't able to get the ultimate off. That sets the stage for SMITE 2 Bad Boys to just start collapsing underneath the weight of their own, stress of the situation that they were under. And on top of all of it, Empire was stripping away resources in the Bad Boys jungle. These firebrands are very contentious. It's where all the fun starts to happen, especially in this early game. We're not fighting over gold, we're fighting over brands. The solo laners are having their time to shine, but it really is the Tegvir party and Globe quietly in the background laying down a lot of damage.
A lot of damage on the board already. Karmic takes down John Rowing in solo. Add it to the list. Karmic is starting to build up that lead. A fight unfolds by middle lane as well. Globe's forced to teleport through the wall to make sure that he does not fall, but Screams around the corner as well, running up the wall and slamming back down. Aurora's here as well, able to find the stun on Tegvir, but Fatal Strike's forced out. Riding Rock's here as well. Looks like the Fear No Evil might be locking down Mozball, but huge snipe just barely off the mark, and Mozball still alive. A lot of ults used, a lot of resources taken away, but no kills found here in middle just yet. Scream on the back foot as Queen Naga gets prioritized by the Empire here on the right side. That's a massive driving strike knockup combo by Karmic, looking to take Scream to the rest of his team, but the team backs off because they got what they wanted. They got that Naga and backed off from there. Pyromancer will be up in just a moment. The Empire waiting for that time, but in goes John Rowing, looking to deal some damage on the back line with the cudgel, just waiting for a time to slam back in, and the rest of SMITE 2 bad boys just kind of waiting for an engage.
I mean, Rat Milk has been threading the needle so constantly. There's the pluck combo, excavate on top of John Rowing, Oxform to get away. The damage chasing after him. Tegvir will be able to find that last bit that they need. Did feel like John Rowing just kind of walked up expecting to live. They weren't even able to get that ultimate off, Mort. And it is just constant scuffling and fighting around this right side of the map, which is so funny to me because Gold Fury is up and available for literally anybody to have, but we're just not fighting around the left side.
But looks like they're going to make their way towards that Gold Fury after. It's a good call out from you, as Gold Fury is now taken down by bad boys, down to 2,000 health, but nowhere in the Empire are they even aware that it's even getting taken down. So bad boys siege that bad boy for free, and Gold Fury in the pockets of the bad boys. They've got 2 this game to confirm that gold lead that they have is going to continue to grow. Even though the Empire are up on kills here at the 12-minute mark by 4, they are down in gold because that Gold Fury is getting a lot more prio from the bad boys than it is the Empire. They're more focused on Firebrands and Pyromancer more so than the gold. And yes, they are getting resources, but they're not getting that gold. But Pyromancer might be looking to turn this around as the Empire are taking it down to 2,000 health. Rat Milk forces out Fear No Evil, screams over the wall, looking for a Cufic over. Mozball looking for a steal, but Tegvir secures it. That's massive for the Empire. Another resource they can use going towards their next push. Mozball doing massive damage to Tegvir, and the Fatal Strike gets away the Ragnarok as both those from the supports are forced away. Screams over the wall, looking for an engage, but Tegvir goes back to base. The Empire hiding under the tier 2 tower because they know that tier 1 is toast.
Yeah, just no real way for the Empire to go in after they had to use so much just to keep bad boys away from trying to steal the Pyromancer, so that does open a lot of opportunities for bad boys. It feels like this gold lead is still enabling bad boys to be fairly cheeky with their engagements and still trying to pick and look for fights. And we're going to start seeing the difference here in the methodologies of the supports here. Aurora, that Stampede, the Pridwin, a tanky frontliner, looks for the Ragnarok. Very, in your face, and offers a lot of health bar tank that you have to deal with. Whereas Tegvir with the Oathsworn Spear, now you've got the Magi's Blessing, still fairly squishy, but a big threat in terms of the fact that he can just kill you, either with an Execute or what have you. So very dangerous situation to be in. John Rowing picked off. Karmic is just running it down in the solo lane.
The Empire continuing to find kills here and there and everywhere to grab as much gold as they can get their hands on. But as far as objectives go, the bad boys are in control of the map. They've been doing a great job of showcasing that. And I like what they're doing. It's not all about kills at the end of the day, right? The objective is to kill the enemy's Titan, not kill the enemy gods as much as you can.
Yeah, it's about being able to have your priorities. Oh, Hydrogen.
Oh no, Hydro by himself, Aurora slowing him down with brutalized. Donut Doug going in for something as well. Ragnarok's forced out, but looks like Aurora's going to use it to try and peel for Donut Doug because Tegvir is right on his head top, but looks like Donut Doug's going into the air, looking to get some damage, try and get his way out of this, but a Donut Doug cannot do anything to fight against the Empire as the entire army swarms on the left side, and the Empire's army cannot be messed with, not by yourself. So Donut Doug's dead. The Empire around this Gold Fury, but it's not up just yet, so they can't really get too much out of that. But like I said, little kills here and there will keep the Empire in this game.
I mean, Aurora just didn't know where to put that Ragnarok. He had the bubble around Tegvir, and Hydrogen, who was staying just far enough away. Rising Jaguar there, CC immune. They back up. They still have beads, so the Ragnarok never had a chance to really find its purchase or find its value, while Aurora is looking for that. Donut Doug is fighting for his life in the back rooms, right? And now it's Aurora's turn.
And Aurora will die. Oh, wait a minute. Unchained over the wall, but Somersault's in. Wind Sprite back. Look at the juke shoes on Aurora, but they don't work out too well. Rat Milk is able to find the kill. That was almost really close. I was really excited to see what Aurora tried there, but yeah, it didn't work out in his favor. The numbers game for the Empire is just too much for them to handle. That's a power wish from Scream as he chases down Hydro, and Hydro is dead. Scream finds the kill. That's 2 on right side as they dove past that tier 1 tower. Karmic maybe looking for revenge with Globe as they make their way towards solo side. Here comes Tegbeer looking for a lockdown. John Rowing does get knocked up and driving strike back. That forces the ult away from John Rowing, who jumps over the wall and is able to find safety, but Tegbeer looking to find a stun. Moswell doing damage along the way to try and slow and get rid of the backup from the Empire, but there's no stopping the army that the Empire has to offer. On a rampage is Tegbeer, and Donadug by himself in duo yet again will get no way. Donadug found the damage to take down Radmilk. The fight continues by solo side as Fatal strikes out and takes down Moswell. A couple dead bodies lie for the Smite 2 bad boys, and the Empire are climbing their way back into this game, and they're so close to a gold lead. But this Gold Fury getting taken down on the left side by the bad boys will make sure that the Empire can't get back up in the gold aspect. 16 and a half minutes in, and the Empire have almost double the kills that bad boys do, but the gold lead still in the hands of the bad boys.
And in goes Fenrir. Looks like Jibal Hydrogen tried to seal away the Gold Fury, popped everything they could, but just wasn't enough. Empire, I will say, that massive rotation over to the solo lane to be able to find those kills. Globe is kind of on it with these Yanis ultimates, the ability to have that global presence of being able to dropship your team into any engagement. Incredibly strong. Empire used that very well. Meanwhile, over in the left side, we saw Radmilk get picked off by Donut Dog, and honestly, I feel like it came down to the fact that Radmilk just didn't have any abilities available. If there was a jump from Homebots timed well with the the descent from Donut Doug's ultimate, would have been just fine, but didn't have those options available. John Rowing, dead again?
But ulting up, gets a bit of health back, and slams back down to find safety under the tower because the Empire don't want to chase that too hard. There's too much resource on the map to take away as Moswell might get soloed by Ratmilk. Yes, he does. Ratmilk with a couple hundred health to his name barely walks back to the teleporter to try and get out of there because Aurora's chasing him down, but the teleporter will find him safety. But maybe Donut Doug goes for a snipe. He's fighting his own fight against Karmic, who uses Excavate to try and catch up to him. Looks like Donut Doug's in the air, and he's going to slam right back down. Doesn't want to fight this. He wants to get out of there, and here comes Hydro looking for the final touch of death, but driving strike into the wall, followed by the knockup. Not much that Donut Doug can do. The final touch of death goes to Hydro, but meanwhile, Powermancer getting taken down by the rest of the bad boys. Scream's able to secure it, and that's another objective. Kills are easily going towards the Empire, but Scream and the rest of the bad boys are just taking away objective after objective after objective.
Yeah, and that is what's lending them a lot to their gold lead and gives them the staying power to stay in these fights. Aurora getting chased away by Radmilk and Globe, forced to step back as well. The Fire Giant's going to be the next one on the course here, Mort. Keep a big eye on Tegbeer's health bar and the ult coming up for Radmilk.
All 5 members of the Empire are around this Fire Giant pit. Fatal strikes out to take down John Rowing, and bad boys are down 2 bodies. Scream runs up the wall. He does not want to fight this, and I cannot blame him. The Empire chasing down Scream and the rest of the bad boys who can't find their way out of this because somersaults in, and Ratmilk finds a whole lot of damage, and Hydro finds him as well. Moswell's dead, so is Scream. Donut Doug finds a kill in response, and Donut Doug's here. Donut Doug's online, but the knockup from Karmic, the driving strike just awaiting, looking to slam Donut Doug somewhere, but holding on to that driving strike. Might be using it to escape. Yes, he is, but Ragnarok's out, and that's a beats forced away. Huge knockup from Karmic, brings him into the Fear No Evil. Donut Doug's in the air, and Aurora's getting pieced up. He's trying to bring the fight to him, though. Ratmilk does massive damage. Down goes Donut Doug in the blink of an eye. Ratmilk has so much damage under his belt, and over the wall he goes, still chasing down Aurora, who's got 100 health to his name, and overhead smash might bring the final bit of damage that's needed to take down Aurora. But wait a minute, here comes John Rowing, almost saving his life, but Aurora is barely killed. But Ratmilk's going to pay for it with a life of his own. Karmic getting chased away, and John Rowing looking to defend what's left of that Tier 1 tower.
I mean, it was just a little bit too greedy. Now Scream's back, going in the lamp, picks up Karmic and Globe. No mana, forced out of there. And Karmic is just a dead man walking, waiting for the rest of my 2 bad boys to jump in there and take care of business. Unless, of
Or like
course,
a dead man jumping.
you can maybe do something. Yeah?
No
He's out?
way. He made it out, but there's Mozball waiting on the outside of the lamp saying, look, I don't know what you thought you were going to do when you walked out of there, but you're going to die is what you're going to do. The Empire lost 2 bodies, and this feels somewhat of an arena game. There's been so many kills. It's hard to recap exactly what we just saw, but what I know is what's happening right now, and that's Rat Milk barely coming out of the base. Karmic's dead, looking at a gray screen, and all of the bad boys are seeing colors as they make their way towards the Fire Giant pit and look to make their way into the Titan room of the Empire. But first, they need that Fire Giant dead.
I mean, big kills gives you big objectives. You kill enough people, nobody can contest you. Smite 2 bad boys are going to rip this FG right in front of the Empire, but Karmic's dead for a bit, and they only have Tegvir's ult.
5,000 health on the Fire Giant. It's still going to take it away. Fear No Evil's out, and the Empire looking to fight back with everything they've got. Look at Rat Milk in the pit, trying to take it to Donut Doug, but Aurora slows him down with Brutalize and ends up finding the kill. Fire Giant sitting at about 3,000 health. They're continuing the burn. Tegvir goes through the wall, and Aurora is able to sunder it away and secure it for the bad boys, and the fight continues to unfold. In the lamp is Scream and Globe. Donut Doug's in the air looking for a snipe, and into the lamp we go, piling in John Rowing to defend Scream and make sure that globe falls. Yes, he does. 3 bodies dead from the Empire, and the murderer is the bad boys. They've done a great job of bringing the fight to the Empire so far. Now they need to put the final nail in the coffin to this game. Can they do it right now as they make their way towards the tier 2 tower on the right side?
I mean, this entire setup, the chain reaction that started all of this was the fact that the Empire overstayed their initial chase. You saw Rat Milk go underneath the tier 2 tower to kill a tank. That's not it, man. And because they commit to that, they stagger their death timers. That gives Smite 2 bad boys a chance back in, because not only did they kill Rat Milk, they also killed Karmic with the initial lamp from Scream. With 2 people down, that opens up the possibility of ripping that Fire Giant, where Karmic is a little bit late to the party, and Rat Milk wasn't able to get their damage off. And now Smite 2 bad boys with this FG in pocket are going to be able to roam around this map, get whatever they want. They already got the 3 pips of Gold Fury. That means that the Sanctioned Gold Fury is on the board for them to be able to take away and start putting some pressure not only on those tier 2 towers that are still remaining, but that right side bird is exposed. And Donut Doug is really smacking at this point. I mean, you saw Karmic cannot stand in front of this Rama. Late game scaler that this pick is really starting to show up. So as this game goes on further and further, Rama, Aladdin, and Merlin 2 are going to do a ridiculous amount of damage to anybody standing in front of them, as Smite 2 bad boys find themselves that Pyromancer as well.
All 5 members of the bad boys have Fire Giant belts around their waist, dagger in hand for Donut Doug, and they march down middle lane with the tier 2 tower falling in a mere moment. As the bad boys continue to march their way into the Titan room, X-Ball ults out. Ragnarok forced away from Aurora. Fatal Strike takes down Aurora, and he's going to continue pressing up. Tegvir lost a bit of health, but he's A-okay. Knock up out from Karmic, and that's a great Fear No Evil from Rat Milk to try and push away the bad boys. Tegvir finds Donut Doug, and down goes 2 bodies, but Scream's in the lamp with Rat Milk, and Rat Milk's dead. Scream came out alive. Fatal strikes out and forces the dagger away, as the dagger was stolen and used by Tegvir? No way. Wait a minute here. Mozball getting pressed up under that bird and is looking for an escape, but no flicker online as he barely tries to make his way out, but Tegvir and Karmic on the chase, and Mozball doesn't have enough damage to defend himself. Karmic finds a kill. 3 bodies dead for the bad boys. John Rowing by himself under that tower, and Scream has made it way out of that Titan room as the bad boy siege was not successful, and the Empire remain alive in game 1 of this set.
I mean, I can tell you why that siege didn't work out. Aurora took way too much poke underneath that bird. There's the excavate on top of the Achilles. Tegvir finds the stun, and Karmic once more.
Karmic chasing forward, able to find the knock up there. Scream is in a bad position, and Globe is able to find the kill. Massive damage coming out from Globe. John Rowing trying to go out fighting, but there's no fight left, and John Rowing double kill for Globe, and murder was the case they gave him. That's massive for the Empire. Not only did they defend their Titan room, but they stepped out and found a couple kills in the process. Ancient Fury on the line, and only 2 members of the bad boy there to defend. This might be their time to take some more resource off the map.
That just felt really hasty from Smite 2 bad boys. Ancient Gold Fury was still there to take, and we didn't offer it at all. Instead, totally ran at that mid bird. Aurora gets pieced up. You have an execute attached to the Achilles. You have to respect it.
Fear No Evil's out, and into the teleporter Donut Doug goes, and Donut Doug's dead. Wait a minute, the Empire are in Bad Boy's jungle and finding kills. Donut Doug's dead. Scream and John Rowing still looking at gray screen. Maswal and Aurora by themselves defending the jungle, defending that Queen Naga, but it still gets taken away by the Empire. Naga dead for them. Ancient Fury next on the Butcher's block. Aurora here to try and steal. He's got Sunder, he's got Ragnarok, 3,000 health on the Ancient Fury. Aurora looking for a way in, but Tegvir trying to stop him. Can he stop him? Ragnarok's out. Ragnarok's here. Aurora gets chipped away, but Screams in the lamp with Rat Milk, able to take down Rat Milk in quick time. Hydro takes down the Ancient. Karmic's dead to Maswal. Massive stuff from the Bad Boys, but they couldn't steal that Ancient Fury away. The Empire finding a little bit of resource left in this game. 26.5 minutes in, and the Empire are up on kills and barely shy of the gold lead that the Bad Boys are barely holding on to.
I mean, it's just that back and forth around the gold. Fury Empire did a good job dropping it in order to make sure that Aurora couldn't find that Sunder, but the whole time this is happening, Karmic and Radmilk are in a fight for their life. As, you know, Scream is just out there putting in the damage, but now think again more. 2 people dead, Fire Giant available. SMITE 2 Bad Boys have created the exact same situation that got them the first FG, and Empire aren't here to stand up to it.
7k health on that fire, and a lonely Tegvir presses up on the fire. 3,000 health, and Tegvir still in the pit. He might be looking to seal this away. He's got Sunder online. 2,000 health, 1,000 health. Who's going to take it away? Aurora secures the fire. Donut Doug is dead. The dagger is in the hands of Doug, and they press forward on the right side. Tegvir's the only one dead on the Empire. Maybe Bad Boys end this?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough from Bad Boys because they had to use, you know, Donut Doug's ultimate, but you do have Aurora and everybody else ready to rock and roll. Just be careful where Globe is. Don't get picked off.
In goes John Roaming, excavates out to try and put off Donut Doug, but he's melting that bird in quick time. Great driving strike from Karmic, and out goes Aurora. He took up so much damage in that fight, and the bird's barely been chipped at so far. Scream takes down Rat Milk in the backside. Globe is dead as well.
There it is.
John Rowing finds Globe, but Hydro takes down Scream. John Rowing super low on health as well, but the middle bird might be next on the Butcher's block. And in goes Hydro. Karmic looking to push them off the strike, but oh, that just knockup did not connect. Bad Boys found 2 birds, the middle and the right side, and they walk away unscathed.
I mean, Rowing and Aurora were too little, too low to go in for the Titan room, but it's not enough. They can go for that left bird.
I think they're going to commit to this. Yes, they are. Donut Doug goes in, and Aurora taking that bird. John Rowing on the front line trying to push away Hydro. Down goes the bird. Karmic on the backside with the excavate. Driving strike doesn't do too much, but John Rowing getting chased away. Massive knockup from John Rowing. Wait a minute. That's a fatal strike from Tegvir. Hydro is able to find a kill, and Bad Boys just lost 2 bodies. The Empire now on the push as they try and chase down Maswal. Aurora low on health, so is Maswal. They're both lower than half. Aurora goes back on the left side, and nobody from the Empire can catch up to him. Maswal running with his tail between his legs, and the Empire don't have much to take except for a Pyromancer.
They can take Pyro, or you can put some focus on the tier 2 in mid, and the tier 1 in mid, excuse me, and the tier 2 over in that solo lane. Ancient Gold Fury debuff just wore off, but you've got to start pushing away these fire waves. You have to stay aggressive.
Tegvir presses forward, looking to continue this push on the Bad Boy. Excavates out, but the flicker keeps Maswal from getting knocked up. Screams in the lamp with Hydro when Hydro's dead. If you go in the lamp with Scream, you're not going to walk out alive, but the rest of the Empire make their way into the lamp and find a kill. Almost found a kill on Scream, but Scream's out alive. Scream say, okay. No, but he revived. Scream used the revive. He's running back up. He died, but he's reviving forward, and Maswal doing massive damage. Globe getting ticked away at Tegvir, running again because he does not want to fight against another Scream. He just killed one. How do we kill another? The Bad Boys continue their march forward and maybe look to end this game.
You got 70 seconds left for the Merlin and for the Fender. You've got the Fire Giant buff. No Phoenixes left for the Empire to defend it. So this fight's going to happen inside that Titan room. And all you've got is Rat Milk's ult and a dream. Keep an eye on Maswal. Keep an eye on that Merlin damage. It's about to get nasty.
All 5 members of the Bad Boys press forward. Tegveer putting some pressure on the back line. The Fear No Evil's out, and Ratbelt goes in. Donut Doug caught a lot of strays. Fatal Strike takes down Doug, but Masvidal finds a double on both. Globe's the only one left alive to try and push away the Bad Boys, but he's put into the lamp with Scream, and he's put into his grave by Scream as well. Rowing takes down Hydro, and as soon as they come out of the base, they're put down in quick time. Bad Boys have locked in a W for game 1 of the set.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's just game 1 here, folks, and that was a banger of a game where, dude, SMITE 2 Bad Boys just had control of the objective game, and that was crazy from them. They were on the Gold Furies. They were able to pick up not 1 but 2 Fire Giants by making it so that they just didn't have to worry about fighting against 5 people the whole way through. And then once they did have all those tools in their pocket, yeah, they had a bit of a questionable push the first go around, but they locked it in and ran it down.
Locked it in and ran it down to finish off game 1, but this is the finals of week 1, which means that there is a game 2 on the horizon. We'll be there, but in just a couple minutes, because we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime live on Smite Game. We just finished out a banger of a Game 1 in the finals of the Week 1 October circuit. Man, it is a blast to be here. My name's Morty. I'm here with Tess. We've got Jithens, Billy, and Rosie in the back, and Musy next to me here in the booth. The whole Smite Prime crew is alive today, especially because we have what could be our final game awaiting for us amongst the horizon. But before we get a bit too ahead of ourselves, Musy, why don't you bring us about what we just saw?
I mean, Smite 2 Bad Boys facilitated a lot of events on the map through forcing picks on top of the Empire. What I mean by that is that the Empire never really got to fight as 5. It really felt like, especially around these FG fights, that Smite 2 Bad Boys always had the man advantage or some kind of resource advantage. And there was one major stumble from Smite 2 Bad Boys, especially towards the end, where Aurora just took way too much damage, no Phoenixes got dropped, we could have taken an Ancient Gold Fairy, but from that moment, the Bad Boys kind of locked it back in and started to play cleaner Smite. And leading up to even all of that, it was a crazy back and forth of constant scraping, constant fighting, constant scuffling between the Empire and the Bad Boys that ultimately culminated in Smite 2 Bad Boys getting to hit their late game stride and really just putting up crazy, ridiculous damage numbers.
Crazy, ridiculous damage numbers. That's exactly what we just saw. I don't know if you saw those health bars melt at that last replay, but dude, oh my god, damage was massive last game, and it's been so fun to see how these games going down. And the best part about this is, one, we get to see another one of these. Bad Boys and the Empire get to play one more time, and the Bad Boys need to win one more game to lock in this W for the finals. Not only that, but vault bans are in place, Muse. So all of those guys that we just saw cannot be played again.
So we're not going to be seeing any more Aladdin or, Xbalanque is off the board. The Yanis, I think, being off the board is going to be especially interesting as we meander on over towards picks and bans. Very topical as we, kind of list off what's not going to be here. Thank you, production, for putting a little graphic down there. Gosh, that makes our job a lot easier, doesn't it? And for you at home watching, so you know who all isn't going to be available. When it comes to picks that I think we're going to be seeing now, I'm looking at things like Agni, like Bologna. If it slips through, Jing Wei could be a very good pickup. Uller for ADC. Ho Yi, I think you mentioned before, Mort, still very much out there and on the table.
Hu Yi, Cupid is also a good counter pick to that. One thing that you've mentioned a couple of times, and I'm in full agreement with you. Yeah, there's a lot that is left open. Maybe a Kepri. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kind of like manifesting. I don't actually think it's going to happen, but I'm just manifesting it. I'm a Kepri fanboy next to a Geb fanboy. I'd love one of these two. If we get to see in this game, would be amazing. But just speaking out of pure desire rather than actual hypothetical. Yeah. If we're talking like actual supports that we might see picked up, Scylla is still open, if I do believe. She got banned away in game 1, so she could easily be picked up or banned away here. Mir is still open. He was used earlier in the set. Yamoja, who's been pretty strong as of recently. We've been seeing a lot of Yamoja players, and Happen is very confident on that Yamoja pick. So we'll see how that goes.
So far, though, rattling a couple of these off: Artemis, Scylla, Ares from the Empire, Smite 2 Bad Boys, Uller, Jingwei, and Agni. So that does leave open that Hoi we were talking about before. The Tsukiyomi is still up there and available for Scream. Smite 2 Bad Boys might be looking at that, but as far as first pick worthy bans, you could find, that's Tsukiyomi. So that makes a lot of sense, because not only does this give that to Tagveer, but it also denies it for Scream, who is a big fan of that Suku. So again, playing that mind game, Empire's already thinking about game 3, trying to win this one and deny the run back from the Smite 2 Bad Boys.
Tsukiyomi here, locked in. I'm assuming for Tagveer. We have seen it from Karmic, though. We've also seen some crazy picks from Globe as well. So this could be going anywhere, really. I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket just for the basket to be dropped and eggs crack. So I'm going to hold on to my eggs for now. But, all right. You'll have to give me that look. Little emoji is locked in. You called it.
There it is. Oh, I mean, she's so strong and offers so much damage, as well as, peeling the lockdown with that River's Rebuke. I'm a big fan of what Yamoja can do, especially in the hands of a player like Aurora. But the Apollo pickup here, I'm wondering if that's going to Donut Doug or if that's a Scream pick in the jungle, because we have seen Adapting run this Apollo jungle before. I wonder if Scream's maybe taking a page out of that book.
as Yorm is locked in for Karmic. So probably Tsukiyomi jungle and then Baron mid. That's pretty on brand for Globe. I wouldn't be surprised to see that, but could be Baron support. We've seen that a handful of times, but aspect of Asteria makes Baron a very strong mid laner. I would love to see that. Maybe another traditional tank, because Yorm might be in and out of the tank role, right? When he is moving up into the air and doing his big worm thing, he's not necessarily like tanking damage, right? He's like causing disruption.
It's my Yorm impression. I'm with you. I'm like an interpreter in the back. Yeah.
Nice. That was pretty sick.
I got you.
I want to see you do
you.
it with like no arm movement, like just like you don't have
really
to. You don't have to.
Really
Sorry, I might have been
Yorm
peer
in
pressure.
it. That's all right.
Yorm in it is crazy. Princess Bari and Thor locked in for the bad boys. We don't see Scream play Thor too often. I'm assuming he's getting his hands on Bari.
Yeah, he has been very much favoring the Bari jungle, which I have certain opinions about it. I'm not in love with the pick, but if you are able to follow it up with a lot of CC on your side so that when it comes to those late game team fights, she is really able to smack pretty significantly. And Thor for John Rowing, I think, is going to fit right in. And I really like so far what the SMITE 2 bad boys have put together. They just need one last big, follow-through character, I think, or a facilitator at this point to really just make something happen for him.
Now, pardon me, Muse, I might have forgotten my glasses today, but is that a Danza Burrow?
Yeah. Let me double check.
You have a second pair of glasses?
That is a Danza Burrow.
I knew you did. I knew you did.
That is a Danza Burrow there. So, Dance is one of those characters that is either going to... They're feast or famine in my eyes. They're either going to int super hard, 0-9, or they're just going to go actually ballistic and end with it with like a 9-3/light, because that's just what they do, right? And you're giving this pick, this could go pretty easily to... Oh, hold on a minute. Is Rat Milk still subbing in for Empire? If Rat Milk is subbing in for Empire, this is different. That means that it's probably Baron support, Danzaburo mid, Susano ADC for Tegvir.
What? Dude,
Yeah,
I
that's
it's these prediction games you're way better at than me. So if I'm gonna have faith in that, dude, I don't even know, honestly. Because Brat Milk being in definitely changes things a little. I don't know, dude.
It can get kind of dicey. And as we look over on the other side of things, SMITE 2 bad boys locking in Neath as their last pick, and Neath, she used to be the actual GOAT. And she does a lot of damage, but I feel like compared to some of the other picks that might have been available, I don't know if I like it as much.
Well, let's see how much we like it as we get into the game here. This will be game 2 between the Empire and the SMITE 2 bad boys. Game 2 of the finals of week 1. This is Morty and Musey here in the booth. We've got Test Die Jithens, Rosie and Billy behind the scenes making things happen for us. And look at this. So Mozball's got the Neath. Donut Doug's on Apollo. So Scream's in the jungle with Bari. Rat Milk is still here with Susano. That's a Baron support. Globe is the support. Tegvir's in the middle. Okay, so we've got some swaps.
Yeah. We definitely shifted things a bit, but take a look at the relics here too, Mort. We have 3 shells for the Empire, so we are just always ready for the ultimates from Aurora. And then meanwhile for SMITE 2 bad boys, no beads, but 3 Aegis and 2 Sunders. So the objective confirmed is going to be really strong coming out of SMITE 2 bad boys, that they're going to be fairly susceptible to that CC. Think about who has CC immune ultimates. Thor and Apollo. That's about it too. So have to be careful with that. Tegvir on the Tsukiyomi mid. I could take it or leave it, honestly. I'm a big fan of what it can do, but I think compared to some of the other picks, it kind of falls behind. It's still just an all-in character, and if you're able to get that all-in damage off, awesome. But if you can't, you're just caught in a bad place at a bad time.
Well, you got to think about it. I mean, if the backflip's down for Mozball, then he's got nowhere to go. Easy pickings for Tegvir. You know what I mean? I think I can kind of see a vision there, but I do know what you're saying, that it's not necessarily like the best pick ever, but that's also how we were talking about Nice Mozball pick. That's kind of the beauty of the vault bans, right? You're grabbing what you can. Okay, this is pretty much what we're left with, so trying to find value in what's left of the rest of the roster.
And I'm interested to see how Globe does over in support. You know, we don't have it happen for the Empire, so it does kind of leave a bit of a hole that has to be filled here. Rat Milk will still perform pretty well with the Susanoo in the jungle. I'm not too worried about that, but when it comes to Danza Baron combination, there's a lot of CC there. For SMITE2 Bad Boys to have no beads whatsoever, I mean, all you need is one taunt, one wrap it up, one life of the party, and then suddenly you're looking at some folks in the gray screen for the Bad Boys.
So, where do you think our first blood potential lies?
We are definitely looking at dueling. I mean, like I said before, lack of CC immunity for SMITE2 Bad Boys puts them in a tough spot, and Rat Milk might be looking for an early engage too.
Let's see if that can happen as Rat Milk goes over to left side, but a lot of full health bodies so far. Good damage, but nothing crazy so far. No kills found, but Rat Milk showing face, which is good. We're also seeing face on the right side from Bari, trying to throw some basics in her tower to stop Karmic from healing up as much as he is, but Scream just can't find too much damage so far. A lot of safety on both sides so far.
The combination of Susanoo with that dual lane didn't quite pan out how Empire wanted because of the mez that got used by Apollo there. Because imagine if Rat Milk gets the pull off and then Hydrogen is able to follow that pull either with the sake bottle on top of it or a sake bottle that's already there. Stacking those CCs together, it's what's going to be really dangerous for Aurora and for Donut Dog. And of course, Globe with the wrap it up can also hold people in place. It's kind of like if you played against Athena and Danza together too, where you stack the taunts. It's a similar story.
Bit of skirmish happening in middle lane as massive damage from Mozball puts Tegvir down a couple hundred health, and Ragnar decides there's not a lot of opportunity here. I'm just kind of showing face and not committing to anything so far. Good pull from Ratmilk though as he jumps in, does decent damage to Mozball, but no kills found just yet. Scream making his way around the corner though. Neathol, massive damage from the World Weaver, and Scream jumps in for first blood. Tegvir is dead, but can Ratmilk find revenge? Not today, he can't. He's forced under the tower and to hold on to his revenge.
I mean, Neath hitting 5 there is just a rough situation for Tegvir, who was already low. Tries to get that ultimate off, but the damage coming out from Scream was just a bit too much to deal with. They couldn't escape that last pulse from the Bari ultimate there, so it's a good start for the SMITE2 Bad Boys, and I really worry for Tegvir if they can't get their own ball rolling, if they experience too much pressure in this mid lane. This Tsukiyomi pick is never get a chance to get off the ground, and it's answered constantly because they're an all-in character as Scream dies to an Alpha Manticore. Shoutouts to Alpha Manticore, by the way. Really putting in the work. I saw them at the gym recently, more putting in reps, and you can really see that it's starting to pay off.
The Alpha Manicore, it's not just Manicore, but the Alpha Manicore. Uproarious rockets
Alpha
out. And Donut Doug can't make his way into the chariot. He's forced to his grave. That's a good kill there from Hydro.
And you know what's crazy? Hydrogen has the Sands of Time going into a Transcendence. These abilities are going to hit super hard, and they're going to be up all the time. Donut Dog's ultimate is not going to be back up in time for Hydrogen's second pass of the Danzaburo rocket. So that already puts a lot of strain on Donut Dog in this laning phase.
Okay. Ratmilk shows face in middle lane. Wait a minute, Mozball having to backflip out, but Typhoon does massive damage. Tegvir finds the final touch of death. Great ult there from Tegvir, but the fight unfolds here on left side as well. Hydro takes down Aurora, and Hydro on the back foot, but around the corner, Scream, who finds the kill with ease, and Globe might be joining him in his deathbed. But, good stun. Where can Globe go? He can't make it to the tower because Scream cut him off, and World Weaver from middle lane will surely shut down Globe. Donut Doug finds the final bit of damage needed as maybe Karmic goes into the air here as well, looking for the final bit on John Rowing, and he's able to find it. Kills all across the board in each lane. Man, talk about an action-packed early game here at the 5-minute mark. 4-3, and the Empire's barely up on gold.
I mean, yeah, it's just a lot of damage that can come out really quickly, and especially when it comes to the channel time between Jormungandr and Thor. Thor has to wait so much longer than Jorm before they're able to actually get their ultimate off, but I guarantee you they were just barely about to get into the sky there, so Karmic had good reactions to immediately rip that ultimate to give chase to that. And over in the left side, I mean, the reason why Globe was not able to do anything about the rotation, Hydrogen and Globe just used up all the gas in their tank for that initial gank. So, you know, once you have Scream show up with that last bit of damage, there's not a whole lot that a bear can do to get away. But now you also have this Neath, the global presence with their ultimate. Any fight that happens while Moswell has their ultimate, you can just stack on a Neath ult in there as well. Count on the fact that there's going to be a little bit more damage. Count on the fact that there's going to be that stun. And that's how Moswell is able to get a bit of extra farm as well through that assist gold, so hoping that they can use that and leverage that, you know, ability to generate farm over Tegvir.
Gold Fury getting chipped away at by the bad boys. The Empire showing face, though. Don't want to give it up for free. Can't blame them. Bad boys realize the Empire know and back off. Yeah, you got a good point there with Moswell underneath, is that you kind of have like a second support to help out because it's a little bit of extra damage. It's a stun when you just need it. It's a pretty long stun as well, so that's why I like that Neath pick here. As Rat Milk walks into the enemy jungle, so does Globe, looking to intercept on that red buff, and Life of the Party is out. Does it find a good vortex? That's an ult from Princess Bari here. Typhoon follows in as well. Rat Milk looks to dive into the back line, try and find some decent damage. River's Rebuke is out from Aurora, and here comes a chariot from Donut Doug to collapse down on Globe. That's one body dead on each side so far. Rat Milk can't dive and find Moswell, but maybe Donut Doug and Aurora collapse on Tegvir. That could be the move. Let's see if they can make it happen, though. Blue buff is where Tegvir's cornered. He's trying to fight with his life, though, and here comes Karmic to try and bring the fight to Bad Boys, but that's a great mess. What can we do from here? Aurora's getting chopped away at, and Rat Milk finds the bit of damage needed, but into the air goes Yorm. Where will Karmic land? He's looking for some damage on Donut Doug, who's got no mana to his name. John Rowing just showed up with the Thor ult. Great knockup on Scream. Karmic fighting with everything he's got left, but you got to put a bit more focus on Rowing because he's so low on health, but we're chasing after Scream instead. Spin over the wall, takes down Scream, and John Rowing finds revenge. That's a double kill for Rowing. That was so many kills. What just happened?
I mean, that was such an extended engagement that we started that fight off with a pick on top of Scream just to end the fight with a pick on top of Scream, which actually really hurt Scream in this situation. That is time that could have been spent, you know, farming or getting anything from these fights, and it was spent dying. So Rat Milk has an opportunity to pull ahead in terms of farm here if they really hunker down and really start clearing some camps. But I do feel this is a changing moment for Empire. They're still trying to pick fights, especially over on that right side of the map where they really like to fight, especially while Karmic is going to be a little bit further ahead in terms of what they can do with damage output and survivability. The Jormungandr damage was just kind of ridiculous in that fight, getting that last bits that they needed to pick up some of these kills. But now the question is, where can Empire take this aggression?
Moonstrike locks down Tegvir as the Empire go after this Naga. But look at the backside. Rat Milk dives in, looking for some kills on the bad boys. But, oh my god, he might be outnumbered here. Typhoon's out, but around the corner is Aurora, and the Moonstrike takes down a Rat Milk. River's Rebuke is out and locking down the rest of the Empire. More focus being put onto the Naga, but wait a minute. Here comes Donut Doug from the skies into the ground. Tegvir's dead. Whoa. Hydro finds one as well. Scream's dead. Also, Naga getting chipped away at by the bad boys, but who will secure it? That's going to be the Empire who takes it away from the bad boys. Karmic's here. Karmic's doing massive damage and chasing after Moswell, and Donut Doug barely able to escape there. Globe can't chase after him. And Musi, I've been in denial here. I've been in denial for quite some time, but I might be ready to face the reality that Yorm might be good.
He looked pretty solid, especially in these fights, and who is going to be able to stand up to this big silly snake, and who can get away from him, right? Bari has the ability to have a little bit of a movement dash, but nothing too crazy, and Aurora has the rings to be able to get off. But think about it. Moswell, no more backflip? Uh-oh, Doug. You get caught out here? He's being chased.
He's got no mana. He almost hits the two. The tremble doesn't take place, so it looks like Doug will be okay, but Karmic is going to continue to press. Maybe he presses forward because look who's around the corner. It's Globe. Globe looking for revenge. The Aegis is forced out from Doug, and Karmic almost lost his life there, but the Phantom Shell will save his life. That's huge.
Yeah, and Neath ultimate. Globe blocks it like a homie, but Scream's actually right around the corner to go for the gank.
Can Scream make it happen? The ult's out from Scream, and the bell almost hit Karmic, but hiding around the corner. Globe has massive damage under him thanks to that aspect, but can Scream get away? Now he's on the back foot as he tried to just find that gank, but might have been off a tad bit more than he could chew. But here's a roar. Wait a minute, here's a roar. Another fight happening in middle lane. Mazball is dead. That's a great Typhoon from Rat Milk, but the fight continues by solo lane as Globe has no mana and very little health as well. Aurora trying to get the Rivers of Yuke out. Yes, he does. Globe's surely dead here. Globe is surely dead. The Sunder's out and Globe is dead. Aurora makes sure of it, and Yorm is in the air, in the skies, back into the ground, and Karmic barely finds his way out of there. But that leaves Gold Fury open for free. Empire will surely take advantage of that.
It's finally the bait and switch move from the Empire there, pulling a lot of eyes over towards that solo lane so that they can take a crack at that Gold Fury, which I do really like to see that change of pace from the Empire, because there was always so much pressure being put on that right side of the map, you know, fighting over firebrands, looking for invades, for engagements, and, you know, last game, SMITE 2 Bad Boys was able to abuse that and find their old Gold Fury, so it's a bit of a change of pace from Empire that I really like seeing here. Their aggression is starting to pay off in big ways, so now they'll be able to get out of the base a little bit faster, and they'll have a little extra gold in their pocket, just trying to catapult their carries towards that late game. I mean, Hydrogen has got their Transcendence Book of Thoth online now, so they're going to start doing huge amounts of damage, getting them even more gold and getting them more farm just to become that one-shot Danzaburo that we all know and love is really the big plan for Empire.
What we do know, but do we love? No, I'm just kidding. I do like it. I really do like Don's, and I like when he's meta. I like seeing him because like the clones just make things that much more exciting. Like, you know how awful it is when you're playing Fenrir and you accidentally bite into a Donza clone? Dude, I might as just well F6. That's really how it feels as Rat Milk shows up on left side, chasing after Donut Doug. Typhoon's here, finds the knockup, but finds the kill as well. Rat Milk finds one on Donut Doug. Scream just a tad bit late and couldn't find the revive. And that's A-okay.
I mean, again, no beats for Donut Doug. He is the easiest character in the world to pick off, right? I mean, if you catch him with the pull, Tagveer is able to yoink him in, and then Hydrogen will immediately have follow-up damage. So wards is important, positioning is important, mid lane is a mess.
Mid lane is a mess, and that tower is a really big structure in the way, but the Empire looking to take this down. Rivers of Yuke is out, trying to get them off, but the Empire aren't giving up there, and they take down that tier 1. Looks like Rat Milk on the left side with Hydro chasing after Scream. John Rowing's here, though, from the skies and down onto the ground. Hydro is dead thanks to the hands of John Rowing as the Bad Boys press forward and maybe look for Yorm. Can they find the stun on Karmic before he goes back? No, they can't, but Pyromancer's up. Pyromancer's free for the taking. Firebrands will come up one more time before the Fire Giant shows up. Maybe they go for that instead, but John Rowing might have been off a tad bit more than he could chew. The Empire 3 bodies are here, chasing after John Rowing and are able to find a shutdown. Tagveer just got a little bit more gold as he continues the chase to Aurora, but Aurora is able to use the Whirlpool to get himself to safety.
SMITE 2 Bad Boys trying to find another pick to secure that Pyro, but ended up getting picked themselves. That opens up the opportunity for Empire to again secure another objective. It feels like they have been on the front foot for finding these bigger golds and bigger power spikes for their teams. And speaking of power spikes, again, taking a look over at Hydrogen's build, the Chronos Pendant is online, so the ability spam is going to be there. I love this build from Globe, by the way, as Hydrogen actually is in a bit of danger. Dead. Oh well.
That sucks.
Been real. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes a Bari shows up and you're just like, oh well. But, you know, the build from Globe, Glad Shield and Sile. Imagine if Wrap It Up also silenced. Imagine if when you pop your life of the party, usually you want to dash out of that. Nah. You're silenced for the duration. It's huge for Globe. I love Ansile as a pick for this Baron Samedi.
Yeah, it definitely is helping out. I mean, you could see even just the plays made so far. It's such a minute detail in the grand scheme of the fight that I haven't really like called it out during fights, but I've noticed it, and I've noticed that like it's been making a difference for how well some of the Bad Boys can escape from Globe. And even then, like how it sets up for life of the party to follow. There's just a lot to love about throwing Ansile into this build. Even though it's relatively unpopular, I still think it's very, very useful. Looks like Donut Doug is forced into the chariot to try and escape from Rat Milk. That's fine. Good force of the ult from Rat, which will let them use the map a little bit more now that Donut Doug isn't just a looming threat in the sky. You feel me?
I do, and keeping sure that this Apollo stays in check is really important for Empire's game plan. Just got to make sure that their carries never get a chance to operate. I mean, similar story too, trying to find a way to answer to the Bari, which I like how they've been doing so far, putting a lot of pressure on her, making sure that eyes are on top of her so that she doesn't get a chance to free cast and operate, but really worried about what John Rowing's actually able to do to the Empire. You know, Thor does such a great job of isolating and killing characters that can't run around so much, and everybody from Empire, save for maybe Rat Milk and Tegvir to an extent, are not that mobile.
Gold Fury getting taken down, 4,000 health on it, and all 5 members of the Empire are here. Aurora looking to steal it away. He steals it! Wait a minute, the Moonstrike steals the Gold Fury from 5 members of the Empire? Oh my god, that was crazy. Even Globe had Sunder there, but couldn't quite get it off, and I'm sure that the Empire are pissed about that, but John Rowing and the rest of the bad boys continuing to bring the fight to him. The Empire might have lost a bit of footing there as bad boys continue to press forward, but Rat Milk finds a double. Scream is dead. Rivers of Buke is out to try and stop the push from the Empire. The bad boys on the back foot now, but Doug takes down Tegvir. That's 2 bodies dead for the Empire so far, 2 dead on each side, and the Empire back up, but they lost the Gold Fury, and the bad boys have found a bit of gold just lying around. Can they find a little bit more with this tier 1 tower? It looks like it.
Oh, here it comes from the back. Moswell finds the damage on top of Globe, and that support gets blown up 5 times to Sunday. So not even a chance to come back. So not only do bad boys walk away with that Gold Fury more, they walk away with 3 picks. They might walk away with a little bit more. It's Rat Milk around the corner.
Yeah, I think he's just going to have to give that up, though. I think Hydro wants to split push, which is the smart thing. Maybe he's just grabbing camps, though. I don't know if he has minions over there. I mean, it looks like it's getting chipped away out, so maybe that's the move. But the rest of the bad boys on this Pyromancer look to take that down. I love what they're going for right now. Bad boys trying to climb back into this game and keep themselves from getting into a game 3.
Oh, Rat Milk goes in on top of Yamoja Roar. Rat Milk rounds the corner and sees Moswell charging ultimate, and it's immediately the, girlfriend's calling. I gotta go. Oh, I'm sorry. This your house? I thought it was my house. Oh, I'm sorry, man. The key worked. I was just trying to get it. I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys later. Like,
this isn't where I parked my car.
I didn't park my car. My bad. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. But I like the chase, the aggression from Rat Milk. Still trying to find a way to keep Smite 2 bad boys from completely sprinting with the lead that they're starting to develop here. And there is still a lot that the Empire can do to abuse Smite 2 bad boys. I'm looking at Rat Milk especially. The plucks from the Susano have been key because they are always effective. They're always going to land. There are no beats for Smite 2 bad boys. There's no talisman of purification for Smite 2 bad boys. The only one who has CC immunity at this stage, like on command, that isn't an ultimate is Aurora with the Cersei's Hexstone, and they want to use that to engage and not necessarily to exclusively run away. Right? So until there are some Magi's on for Smite 2 bad boys, I want to see them constantly go in. Danzaburo ultimates, Glow should be throwing the book at them. You know, Rat Milk should be constantly trying to get those plucks off because they have a very distinct advantage when it comes to those team fights.
20 minutes into this game and 16-14, the Empire are only up 2 kills, and the gold lead is about non-existent. It is very, very even. This game feels neck and neck. When the Empire had footing earlier on, the bad boys just had a massive fight, and they're continuing to grab little things, farm and pyros and whatever, stealing gold furies, whatever that can get them back into this game, they're taking advantage of, and they're doing it very well because look now, they've got a gold lead. They've got a gold lead for the first time in this game.
It's a little bit, but a little bit can go a long way, especially because it just helps them get their itemization back to some sense of parity against the Empire so that if they do end up in that team fight, they have the ability to kind of one-shot some squishies, which is what I feel like a lot of them want to do, either with Bari or with Neith, just trying to completely blow up, be it Rat Milk, Tegvir, or Hydrogen, and they've got the builds to make it happen. Notably, that Titan's Bane is up and running for Scream, so any tanks that step in front of them are going to have a tough time. The Ratatouille is there for Moswell, so that's another big important spike. Smite 2 bad boys could look for an engagement here, and Karmic seems like a delicious option.
Karmic seems delicious. The sun coming in from Woodweaver. Gonna force Karmic into the ult to get out of that sticky situation, which is the smart move because there's 2 on right side, which means the Empire might have free reign on the Gold Fury, on the Pyro, whatever they set their eyes on. Let's see what's on their agenda as they group up around Pyro and maybe look to take this down, but they don't have Hydro there to really get that burn in. Hydro split pushing on left side, so is Doug. The only thing that worries me there is that Doug can hop in a chariot and show up wherever in about 5 seconds. Hydro cannot do that.
100%, and that's what usually gives Apollo that space to be able to look for those split push plays. But also something I want to point out too, when we talk about objective burn for the Empire, I almost wonder if it's not quite there. You know, Hydrogen does a lot of damage, but it's all placed in abilities. We don't have that sustained auto attack damage from the Empire to take a look at something like a Pyro, a Fire, or Gold Fury, as well as, say, the SMITE 2 Bad Boys composition. Apollo is that guy, right? Hold left click, kill anything that moves, and Barney, even to an extent, is able to utilize auto attacks as well. Still leaning more towards the ability spam, but it's there. Similar deal with Neith if she's able to just weave in some auto attacks with that Polynomicon. So when it comes to who's going to be ripping these objectives and who's the actual threat in terms of that, SMITE 2 Bad Boys are going to have the leg up. So they should be the ones either starting and poking around those Fire Giant fights or trying to bait in the Empire so that they can take a fight on their terms instead of getting engaged on by Tagveer, Karmic, or Globe.
Looks like a fight unfolding by Solo's side. Rackmilk dives in, trying to save the life of Hydro when he's barely able to, thanks to the Typhoon knockup. That's massive indeed, but Aurora's here. Xerxes in, and down goes baby Hydro, but Service Rebuke might not do too much here because he doesn't want to escape. He wants to bring the fight to him. Hydro is dead, though. Aurora finds the kill, but Ratmel looking for revenge. He's going to beast through the Whirlpool and take down Aurora. A whole fight happening by Fire Giant, though. Keep in mind, as Dona Doug takes down Globe, Karmic's forced into the air, and 3 bodies dead on the side of the Empire, 2 for Bad Boys so far. Karmic needs to get out of there. He uses his ult to do so. There's only 2 left for the Empire. Neither of them have ults, and the Bad Boys continue to press forward. No ults online on the map right now. Karmic is getting maybe cornered here. Nowhere for him to go. Ratmilk can't save his life today. The shell does get rid of a bit of damage as Ratmilk dives in, looking to get a piece on Dona Doug, and he's able to take him down here. But John Rowan looking for revenge, looking for a stun. He's able to find it, and the massive damage from Mozball, followed by Rowing, will take down Ratmilk. 4 dead bodies on the side of the Empire, and the Bad Boys continue their reign.
Again, you know, this fight got pretty split up. Ratmilk was there to help out Hydrogen and try to get that last bit of damage on Aurora, but that left Tagveer, Globe, and Karmic kind of all by their lonesome against the other 3 members of SMITE 2 Bad Boys, and John Rowing has been putting in work with the Thor pick. The stuns, the walls have been doing a lot to piece up both Karmic, Globe, and Tagveer, who don't have a lot of options around that wall. Like you said, Mort, no jumps here. Not even that much in the way of dashes, right? So Thor is able to put in a lot of work. SMITE 2 Bad Boys now take a look over at that Gold Fury. You know, and the reason why they have to look at Gold is because weren't able to look at Fire, not enough people alive, and that's on Ratmilk to be able to just find that last bit of damage, a little more kills, just to deny SMITE 2 Bad Boys a chance at anything too big or too crazy. But Bad Boys get their second Gold Fury pip.
25 minutes in, Muse, and it's an even game, just about. 1 kill lead for the Empire, but the gold lead sits at about 4K for the Bad Boys, but it still feels neck and neck. Even though there is an existing gold lead and the Naga just was taken down by the Empire, that evens out the odds a little bit. This feels like it can go either way. On one hand, the Bad Boys are looking to put this game away so they don't have to go to game 3. On the other hand, the Empire have a long way to go if they want to win the finals, but they're surely not giving up now based on how this game is going. I mean, it has been great for the Empire as they found a really nice early lead, but they've slowly been losing it. How do the Empire make sure that this game goes to 3?
I mean, we just need to see them not split themselves up too much like we saw in that last engagement, and I'm still really looking at them to be the forward aggressors in this fight. It still reigns true, the fact that I do not see any Magi's, I do not see any Talisman of Purifications, I see no CC immunity, right? We should be abusing that. We should just be going in and fighting them. Aurora confirms the Pyromancer for SMITE 2 Bad Boys. They're going to walk away, but the Empire has an opportunity here to just W key at them, and I don't really see too much of that going on yet.
Yeah, they look fearful. They don't look confident in what's going on. They look like they're scared to make this engage happen because anybody can get caught out and then the fight looks bad from there. But life of the party is out, looking for a vortex on Aurora. But can we find the damage from there? Not too much happens off that life of the party, but the Empire still continue to try and make this fight happen in the right side of the jungle. Karmic presses forward, looking for some damage. We can't quite find too much so far. Rat Milk's on the right side, looking for maybe a sneak around engage with the Typhoon. I think that's the move, but can he find it in? My two bad boys are just grouped up too well. There's just no way to creep into this without fully committing and then possibly losing this fight. I understand their fear. I understand their skepticism, but the Empire need to make something happen before the bad boys get rid of their gold lead, rid of the Empire's gold lead, which they've already done, and completely shut this game down for anything they want to get going, aside from maybe a Fire Giant steal.
And, you know, thinking about some of those power spikes too, Donut Dog has got their Titan's Bane. They're starting to work on a little bit of crits. So the Apollo gets even more dangerous as time goes on. That is tough for, you know, Karmic and for Globe because these damage carries are going to be doing so much that the tanks won't be able to stand in front of them for too long. That window of opportunity for the Empire is starting to close because Smite 2 bad boys, their scaling to me is just significantly better. Although we do see that Obshard Ratatouille combo for Hydrogen is up and online, so maybe the Danzy's going to be able to get a bit more off. We just have to find a favorable fight. We have to be able to create the situation that we need. Rat Milk looks for a flank. You know, the ultimate from Globe, if that finds a target that actually manages to suck in somebody, that's a guaranteed pick, right? We just got to make that happen.
Guaranteed picks lead to guaranteed wins, but can we make these picks happen? We'll find out as time will tell. But an interesting hover stage as we're all kind of doing this interesting song and dance. Both teams look scared to commit. Both teams know with how much there is on the line that it's hard to make something happen right there as Hydro goes in on Donut Doug. Great ult from Moswell from middle lane. Looks to maybe find a kill on Hydro as Donut Doug's in the air, but he's going to hit the chariot and make his way towards middle lane where Tegbeer's getting jumped in on. And there he goes. Donut Doug goes in on Tegbeer. Wait a minute, but can we find some damage from there? Tegbeer goes in with an ult of his own, and Donut Doug is dead. Wait a minute, we might be turning things around here for the Empire as Karmic jumps in, looking for some damage on the backline. Ratmilk dives forward as well, looking for a knockup with Typhoon, but couldn't quite find anything right there. Scream has so little health, and Globe's able to finally take him down. Karmic has 100 health to his name, and he hits the Jets, and he gets on out of there. The Empire cashed in on 2 kills, and maybe look for an objective.
Doors in the back.
Oh,
John Rowling ulted in on top of Tegbeer. Now he's dead. So my two bad boys turn it around.
No way, dude. The bad boys might find something out of nothing. 2 bodies dead for the bad boys, and Tegbeer's the only one down so far for the Empire, but Globe's retreated. Globe's out, and by himself up there is Ratmilk, but Ratmilk is getting put a lot of pressure on. That's Hydro, actually. Hydro taken down by Moswell. There's Ratmilk, who takes down Rowing for a shutdown, chasing after Moswell next, but the backflip damage from Moswell is too much to handle for Ratmilk. He's put down. 3 bodies dead for the Empire, and 3 for the bad boys, but Doug just came out of the base, and Doug might be looking for revenge. Let's see what the bad boys can cash in on now that they've walked away victorious from that fight.
I love the way that Smite 2 bad boys still went in and played their lives, even though they had a couple of picks down on top of them. John Rowing, that ultimate taking down Tegbeer, swung that fight in the bad boys' favor because it encourages Empire to look for a little bit more. Because initially they win that engagement, maybe they could look at something like a Pyro, but if people are still dying, if people are still fighting, you are forced to commit to that. And Smite 2 bad boys know that and continues forcing the game from Empire. Now we get to take a look at that Fire Giant. Globe's right around the corner, but is it going to be enough?
10,000 health and not a Sunder online for the steal from the Empire. It might be off a stray Consigned Spirits. That might be the move. Life of the party's out, trying to lock down the bad boys. They might not be looking to steal the fire. They might be looking
4K.
to steal souls away from the bad boys, but Karmic's dead. Boswell's dead. 3,000 health on the Fire Giant. Tegbeer is trying to kill, but is put down by Doug. Then it is Globe yet again by himself by the Fire Giant pit. Can he find the steal away? No, he cannot. Moswell secures that fire, looking to put an end to this game. Dagger in hand of Doug, and in he goes. Ratmilk picks apart the pieces left of the bad boys, and he's able to take down Moswell, but is dead just in the nick of time. And Globe might be next on the Butcher's block. Yes, he is. The sun lands from Rowing, and the bad boys march down the middle lane.
I mean, John Rowing just shows up right in the nick of time. The Anvil of Dawn and then the wall as well cuts off any escape potential from Globe and Rat Milk. And with all these death timers going on, Hydrogen backing just now. It's a tier 2 tower. It's a mid-bird. There's a potential for something more, but SMITE 2 bad boys ideally want to be able to take this bird and starve the map of any other additional farm. Just a really good Fire Giant play from the SMITE 2 bad boys.
Great stuff all around. This has been magnificent for the bad boys, as they've just been picking apart little pieces of the game here and there to give themselves, it might just be a 1 kill lead, but an 8K gold lead as far as money goes. They are looking great, healthy and wealthy as they make their way towards the Ancient Fury. 12,000 health. Karmic's here to show face, but doesn't have much steal potential with a Phantom Shell instead of a Sunder, but he's still here regardless, because here comes Rat Milk, here comes Hydro, looking to bring the fight to the bad boys, as the Ancient Fury still is getting taken down to 5,000 health. But can we take this down, though? Uproarious Rocket is out. Uproarious Rocket here, but the stun is not there. The steal, not possible. Aurora secures the Ancient Fury, and the bad boys now on the retreat after they cashed in on that objective.
And what's even more important about SMITE 2 bad boys taking that Gold Fury, yeah, Ancient Gold Fury, it's going to be on top of those tier 2s on the left and right side, but it denies another pip from the Empire, who still haven't been able to play around the objectives as we moved on later in the game. It looked really good at the start. They were able to find the first Gold Fury, but SMITE 2 bad boys, they've just turned it on. They've hit their late game stride, which is what they have been playing for this whole time. We are looking at full builds at this stage, and Avatar's Parashu for Scream as well. As Apollo's in the air, Pyromancer's down. I think SMITE 2 bad boys are trying to look for something here.
Hydro very low on health. Sun lands from Mossball. Doug finds the kill. Hydro's dead, and that means that they might want to press forward here. Stun found. Karmic slowed down. Globe looking to try and peel for his friend. Another stun lands, and Karmic's in trouble. Loses a lot of health, and he's forced to hit the ult to try and get out of there. But Anvil of Dawn brings Thor into the air, looking to collapse on this right side. Tier 2 could be the move, as Roaming lands in the middle lane, and the rest of the bad boys push forward on the right side. Tier 2 tower dead, and looks like the bird might be next. The Empire defending with everything they've got left, but a lot of ults available for them to use. The bad boys still continuing to press forward, all 5 members. Let's see how they handle this. The bird's melting very quickly, and down it goes in the blink of an eye. 2 birds down for the Empire, but will the bad boys end here?
I mean, they have the potential to do so, but that tier 2 is going to offer a lot of health for that Titan. You got 4 still alive for the Empire. So it's going to be the angle of clearing out tier 2s and clearing out this left side bird. They've got Fire Giant for another 40 seconds, and it's still a scary engage because, like you said, ult's still available for the Empire.
Tier 2 tower is dead. 2 birds in the middle and the right side for the Empire dead as well. And the game that they once had control of, the game that the Empire once controlled, is now fallen out of their grasp, out of their hands, and into the palms of the bad boys as they run amongst the map and pick whatever they want to have, and they grab it with ease. Ancient Furies, Fire Giants, and Towers all dying so quickly to the bad boys, and the Empire have one final chance to try and defend this game, Yuzi. We're in the 4th quarter, and it looks like Empire might be going for a Hail Mary.
That Hail Mary is what they've got in their back pocket at this point. That's what they're relying on. Take the fight away from your Phoenixes, away from your Titan room, and try to bring it out to the next Fire Giant fight. That's going to be the deciding factor, I think, but being the 2 teams, because if SMITE 2 bad boys walk away with that FG, that could very well be game, and if Empire can maybe steal it, find a fight, any kind of pick, it puts pressure back on the map. The mid-bird is still exposed for SMITE 2 bad boys, so that is an avenue for the Empire to look towards only if they can create a situation where they can take that bird and look for even more. You have, even now, the Empire starting to finish up their builds as well. The only person who's kind of behind is going to be Tagveer and Globe, who need to finish off their last bits, but hey, enough's enough, right? Rat Milk is going to be the big one to get all the kills, and they've got everything in their back pocket, so it's really time to try to force something to happen.
Look at Donut Doug, who got a bit of a push on the other side and almost went for a bird, but he played it safe because Hydro's around the corner. Smart move from him. Pyromancer about to respawn. Same thing with Ancient. Fire Giant is around. It's alive and ready to be taken down by either team. So much map to be looked at, so much objective to be taken down, but who puts their agenda where? That's the real question.
I mean, Smite 2 bad boys have more objective shred than the Empire. That's why you see Apollo and the Princess Bari grouping up around that left side. Take a look at that Ancient Gold Fury. At this stage, all the bad boys have to do is just show face around the FG pit and make sure that nobody tries to take away the FG while this is happening. But look at the damage that they do. I don't think that's even anything that they concern themselves with. But if Empire have vision, try to look for the pick on Aurora here.
Bad boys take down the Ancient Fury, and all 5 members of the Empire are around Fire Giant. Looks like they're going to decide to rip it now or never, because it looks like Scream is on the other side of the map. This is outrageous for the Empire, but I think they might get away with it. In goes Aurora. He's got Sunder ready, but can he secure it? Aurora secures it. Aurora secures it. The Empire can't get their hands on the fire, and the bad boys press forward, looking to pick apart the pieces left of the Empire. Hydro takes apart John Rowing, though, but look at the backside. Look at the Titan room. It's a lonely Karmic back there. Maswal finds a kill on Tegveer, but what happens from here? Karmic takes down Scream. Karmic takes down Scream, but Doug finds Karmic in the process, but Ratmilk finally here out of nowhere as they kill each other in a crazy process. 3 bodies dead on each side. Globe by himself, looking to defend himself and maybe get out of harm's way, but Aurora and Maswal still on the chase. Can Globe defend himself here? So much damage from Maswal. Moonstrike locks him down. Consigned Spirits here is Globe, but can he save his own life? The Wind Sprite might help him put on the juke shoes needed to get out of this, but the backflip damage from Neath is too much for Globe to handle. 4 bodies dead of the Empire, and with Fire Giant buffs around the waist of the bad boys, they might be looking to at least find a bird, if not end this game.
I mean, that was a very ambitious play from the bad boys, but honestly, it pans out. Not maybe the best that it could have. You wanted to win the game off that, but you still cripple the Empire because Aurora, with that Fire Giant seal, just sets the Empire all the way back to square one. In fact, even an even worse spot, because now all the Phoenixes are going to be down. And I love the way that Smite 2 bad boys still went for the fight on top of the FG and forced backs away from the Empire and isolates Globe from the rest of their squad and makes it so that, you know, the members of the Empire that go to defend have to deal with both, you know, Doug and Scream, who are able to put out crazy amounts of damage at this point. I mean, all in all, I'm gonna say it's well executed. It could have been more from Smite 2 bad boys, but it does the job in just crippling the Empire here, because now they're fighting yet another uphill battle.
38 minutes into this game, and the Empire are still alive. The bad boys have put them in the worst position possible. Well, second worst, because the worst would be losing, but second worst possible position with all 3 birds down and Fire Giant belts, yet still around the waist of Maswal and Aurora. Dagger in hand of Aurora as well for another minute and a half, and Pyromancer is getting taken down here. Nothing for the Empire to do but either bide their time or bring the fight to them. What will they decide? They're all stepped out of the base, but I don't know if they go for a backdoor here. Donut Doug takes down Hydro instead. I thought there was a bit of potential there with Doug in the air, but they bring the fight to him instead. Hydro's dead. Karmic might be next. Great stun from Rowing. Gonna force the ult away from Karmic to try and get out of this awful situation, but can he find safety? Looks like Aurora and Maswal are running up mid.
I mean, yeah, Karmic is going to be backing, so you'll have a few people. Wait, he gets interrupted. Smite 2 bad boys have a good fight here.
No, Karmic, no. Karmic's caught out. Karmic is dead. The Empire have lost 2 bodies, and the bad boys, all 5, march down middle and look to bring this game to an end. Let's see if they can make it happen.
World Weaver comes out. Smite 2 bad boys walking in. Scream takes poke. I don't know if it's enough.
Rivers Rebuke is out. The bad boys press forward. Life of the party's here, looking for some lockdown, and does find Rowing, but the Titan melts so quickly before the Empire can do anything. The bad boys kill the Titan, and that's the end of the game. The bad boys have won the finals.
I mean, like hot butter on a stovetop, am I right? That thing did not stand a singular chance as the full might of the Smite 2 bad boys just came boom right on down on top of it. It was great work from John Rowing, isolating Hydrogen with that ultimate, and then without the Tanuki there to support their teams in terms of damage, everybody scattered and Karmic got left behind. It was just a rough spot to be in and a great cleanup, mop in hand from the Smite 2 bad boys.
Everyone's scattered. And we're going to scatter for a quick break because we're going to take a quick ad break and go over some stuff. But we'll be back to look at what we just saw here in a couple moments. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SMITE Prime. We are live on SMITE Prime and SMITE Game here in week 1 of the October circuit, which we had just wrapped up, and man, it was a blast. My name's Morty. I'm here. Musie's next to me as well. Why don't you show him off? There he is. Look at that handsome guy.
Musie, reporting for SMITE Prime duty, sir.
All right, so we had just wrapped up a banger of a set here in the finals. Musie, tell me all about it.
I mean, it was kind of an emotional roller coaster that took a while to reach its conclusion. It starts out with the Empire having a huge show of force, making a lot of use of the fact that SMITE 2 Bad Boys just didn't have any kind of CC immunity. Ratmilk's out there fragging his mind out, and Karmic is showing a lot of value with this Yorn pick, but as the game progressed, SMITE 2 Bad Boys hit their late game stride and are able to just get to a point where John Roaring ults somebody, they die. Scream or Donut Doug attached to somebody, they die. Maz Wall is blowing up anybody with a health bar, and it was just too much for the Empire to deal with. They just never could find their way in.
Dude, this has been a crazy game, and to see some of these like less popular picks come through, Scream is forced back on Nabari, Mazball gets through with Neath. It kind of made this game feel so much more even than what we're used to. Hydro's playing Donzaburo. I never thought I'd see Donzaburo in SMITE Prime, but I've been wrong before. And Ratmilk's here. Ratmilk is back in Prime. It's been a wild day, and to have this game to wrap it up with, it felt like a bit of icing on the cake. You feel me?
Oh yeah, and it's a nice, big, delicious cake. It's got a lot of moisture, a lot of flavor. You know, it's got the cream cheese whip on top there, not like the the bad frosting. There's like bad frosting. There's a cream cheese frosting, but it's a good frosting. And I'm objectively correct on this. Like, you can't argue with me here. It's kind of like that. It reminds me a lot of that. But no, I'm right there with you, man. These games were intense. They were a lot of fun to watch, and it's really interesting to see how just the shattering of one team and the absence of another opens up a lot for these new combination of players to show up. And we saw, not only in this set, but the games leading up to this, some of these new SMITE 2 teams that are popping in that just look so promising, and I'm so excited to see them as the weeks continue.
And trust me, we've got plenty of games that are going to be real fun to watch as the games continue, because a lot of you who might have just recently tuned in, we've had the roster apocalypse today. It has been officially announced and unveiled. Fino is back. I'll do the other one. Fino's back. Yarkor's back. We've got so many names that are here. Sanford Soccer is playing. I mean, there are some wild teams today that we've seen. The Empire, who we have watched earlier today, they went absolutely nuts in this game as Tegbeer was here with Happen. It has been a blast of games today. This one is really fun to watch too.
I mean, yeah, and you have to give it up to Fonzo Fam too, and Leftovers also looks fairly promising. How the different shards, the relics of the Donzi team split up and, integrated into some of these new teams, breathes a lot of new life into them and make them look that much stronger too. Just a lot of kills on the board today, a lot of fighting, a lot of people throwing their weight around, and really setting expectations for the next couple weeks.
Here's the Sot Quadra. The Quadra Homicide. Remember this? This was wild to see. And he was so close at the Pensa, too. Now, we were talking about this over break as well, that so Sot gets a Quadra around this point. And honestly, they could have gotten right Bird here as well. But Sot wanted the Pensa so bad. And I don't blame him either. I really don't.
Yeah. I'd be doing it. I'd be doing the same thing. Like, I'd be like, all right, now let's get this bird. No, I'm getting that Scylla. I gotta look good. But, I mean, it ended up looking great because they walked away with the win. But SMITE 2 Bad Boys looked ridiculously clean today. It didn't matter who they were up against. They just showed up and showed out. It was kind of crazy what this new Scream team was able to do.
Yes, I mean, the Scream team is always the best team, right? That seems to be the theme of SMITE Prime this year, is just wherever Scream plays, just always looks so good. And there are some teams that can really bring the fight back to them, but it's always Scream, right? It's always down to Scream. This guy is just the GOAT.
And John Rowing, too, from the solo lane. He was on that Thor pick, making it look like one of the best solo laners that we have out there, which, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Thor absolutely is. I'm just a Wukong Bologna man forever myself. But being able to show up and show out here, Donut Dog, a classic in that dual lane, always looking good. So really high hopes for the SMITE 2 bad boys. D'Lo and I talk about it all the time. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but, they're looking pretty good, pretty marryable at this point. I think it's going to be their time. They caught the bouquet of flowers. Like, this is their moment.
Well, hopefully they don't have Butterfingers. Hopefully they hold on to those flowers because they're going to need to keep the pressure going in coming weeks. And this was what we just watched here as the Empire almost brought it to the bad boys. The beginning of this game was pretty close. I mean, the Empire definitely was in control for the most part, and bad boys just kind of crept their way back into a winning position, just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And finally, the bad boys just walk forward and were able to melt that Titan before the Empire really could defend it. I mean, they tried. I mean, they definitely put up a good fight in the end game there in their own Titan room, but the Titan just melts so fast when there's Ancient Furies and no tier 2s to give it more health. The Titan is just like a big minion.
Yeah. It feels like that, huh? Well, they walked in full force. They were able to find that last bit of damage, too. Like, it was crazy. It's the screen POV. They died to the Alpha Mana Core. That's crazy. No. They actually did just get bodied by it. Like, I mean, hey, they ended up winning today, so you're able to take that and walk away. And, Morty, Strength of Wood beat Fonzo fam.
No
Interesting.
way. You know what Dude, Fonzo fam started off so strong, too. They barely got pieced up by the bad boys in the semis. So to see them get fourth, it definitely puts things in perspective that even though it's Fino, Sot, Yarkor, Daniel, they've got so much, goats on their team, but it takes a little bit of practice to get back into the swing of things. And let's see what these teams will be competing for, what they're going to be fighting for in coming weeks. It's going to be a massive grand prize that we've seen time and time again. $7,000 in cash, 7,000 bones that you could be taking home with you if you're on the winning team for the October circuit, along with 125,000 diamonds. That is a whole lot of skins, battle passes, whatever you want to buy.
And I know I'm immediately buying up that soul skin there. Like, just it go kaboom, click, it's mine. I'm in that. We've also got the Halloween event going on, so I know that shock skin's going to be around the corner. Being a shock merchant myself, I'm especially excited for that. So all the wandering markets, there's definitely a lot to look forward to there. So 125k diamonds, that'll definitely be something to help you collect all of those.
Well, that being said, folks, that is going to be our last bit of gaming for today. It has been a blast. Thank you, Musi, for joining me here in the booth. Thank you to Tess, Jithens, Rosie, and Billy for making things happen behind the scenes. So one more thing before we take off, though. Don't forget, people, it is Jithen's birthday today. He is the guy who runs Smite Prime, so don't forget to go into the chat and wish Jithens a happy birthday. Thank you, Jithens, for doing everything you've done for us. We hope you have a great birthday to end off your Saturday with. But we're going to be taking off for now so Jithens can celebrate his birthday activities. We'll see you next Saturday at noon Eastern, right here on Smite Game or Smite Prime Twitch. Take it easy, gamers. Thanks, y'all.